Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I move to approve tonight's agenda.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. And the agenda is approved 7-0. Thank you. And I heard Sergeant Chris will not be with us tonight, but you had a brief report for him.
I do. He did send me a brief update. Sorry about that, I wasn't quite ready. He said that they have been able to identify one of the suspects in the recent vehicle trespass cases that were occurring, and they have a warrant has been issued for one of them. So that's good news. They are putting on the final touches of the holiday parade operations plan for this year, and that he is working on the end of the year report that we talked about during budgeting, and other information pertinent to the sheriff's office, call load, and other information. He thinks it will probably be best suited to present in January. And he apologizes for not being present. He's at a mandatory in-service tonight.
Okay, thank you. All right, and we can go on to staff reports.
I don't know if I know how to make that little thing go away. Okay, perfect. Good evening. So we are actually here to talk about the October monthly financial update. So the revenues that we received in October were $521,017. Most of that did come into the general fund, followed by the electric fund. For our expenditures for the month of October, we had $697,408. Most of that came out of the general fund and followed by the sanitation fund. So in October, the expenditures exceeded revenues in the general fund and in the sanitation fund. The general fund had some larger expenditures than normal. We had $18,000 going out to CIRSA. We had $20,000 which we transferred to Laura. We had 2 months worth of invoices from the Boulder County Sheriff, so while it was a little bit lower last month, we got those this month. We had road repairs of $35,000 and 2 capital items, a sander for spreading ice material of $8,000 and a replacement for the town hall heating and air conditioning unit, which was around $8,000 also. The sanitation fund had debt service of $150,000, in addition to continued elevated sludge hauling expenses of $23,000 just for the month. So for the revenues and expenditures year to date, so even though the expenditures were higher in the general fund for the month, year to date, it still looks pretty good. The revenues are still exceeding the expenditures. The water department and the sanitation department both have expenditures exceeding revenues. Parks and Recreation also have expenditures slightly exceeding revenues, but they're pretty even at this point. When we look at splitting out the operating, we've talked a lot about operating versus capital and debt. So this is our operating with all of the one-time revenues and expenditures removed. We can see that it looks like everything is pretty good. I mean, we're having enough revenues to manage our operating expenditures. So when we look at it the other side, though, with our one-time revenue and expenditures, we do have a lot. In fact, almost every fund has our one-time expenditures exceeding our one-time revenues. When I originally put this together, I was looking at the electric fund as having the debt service of the refunding, so that was like a one-time kind of thing. However, I did put the other debt in here as well, and maybe that should be an operating, just something to think about. So when we look at year-to-date revenues compared to budget, we have two funds which are exceeding our budget for revenue. We have the general fund and we have the electric fund, which are both exceeding the budget. The other ones are pretty close, so they're actually looking really good. When we look at the expenditure side compared to budget, we do have just one fund which is exceeding budget at this time, which is our electric fund, and again, that was due to our refunding. When we compare from year to year, this comparison is actually kind of nice just because normally we have just standard things that we're always doing every year. So each of these funds is actually pretty close. We do see the refunding again in the electric fund. That's going to be something that's very different. The general fund is within 2%. The water fund is pretty close, but it's usually due to weather. The sanitation fund is going to be due to our rate increases in the BOD. Stormwater, we didn't have the stormwater fund for the entire year in 2018, so you're going to see a little bit more for 2019. And our Parks and Rec fund is right on in there. When we look at it on the expenditure side, it's very different though. We do have quite a bit more of expenditures in the general fund. Most of this is due to the allocation of salaries. We have $20,000 grant to the St. Vrain Coalition. We have a transfer out to Laura of $30,000. We have increased spending on capital items as well of $140,000 more in 2019 than in 2018. The electric fund is, of course, due to the refunding, and the sanitation fund is due to the increased cost from operating the plant. The stormwater fund, again, we only had a few projects that were in 2018, so 2019 we've got a lot more going on there. And then in Parks and Rec is mostly due to the increased cost of managing our parks and increased capital purchases. So when we look at each fund by quarter, this is the general fund. General fund looks really good all the way through the 3 quarters. We talked about this at the beginning. The 4th quarter, we do have more expenditures than we do have revenue. But again, we've got enough revenue throughout the rest of the year to absorb that. When we look at the electric fund, again, the electric fund is doing really good. We've got revenue exceeding expenditures for everything except the 2nd quarter due to the refunding. When we look at the water fund has debt service in both the 1st quarter and in the 3rd quarter. It's really kind of interesting because we did have enough revenue in the 3rd quarter to absorb that debt service payment. So that was pretty interesting. When we look at the sanitation fund is still struggling a little bit. We've got 4th quarter and 2nd quarter where we have debt service in there. And again, the plant is just being pretty expensive. You do see our revenues trending up though, so that's good. Be nice to see the expenditures trending down, but that's okay. On the stormwater fund looks perfect. Lots of revenue versus expenditures. I like that slide, that's perfect. And for Parks and Recreation, we've seen the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd quarter, they've all been pretty close to each other. In the 4th quarter, we do have a little bit more revenue than expenditures. So this is a really interesting one. I know everybody's probably just like, wow, where did all that money come from? So this is our sales tax chart. We do actually have a huge amount of sales tax, which we received. However, we have some anomalies in the data. So the amount of sales tax we received is $187,944. This is very unusual for us. We do have an anomaly in the data. We had one taxpayer who accounted for over 29% of the total revenues received. This is not a normal remittance for them. And while we've received the funds, they are going to do an amended return, so that number will go away. So we can't spend it. It's going to go back down.
Do we know what the actual number was? You know what the amendments were?
I do. So it will take it down by about $54,000.
Somebody had a really bad typo.
Yeah, they put the decimal point in the wrong spot. But So then on the occupancy and lodging tax, we've been kind of tracking this because this is our first year of this one. You do see it kind of following that nice bell curve that we see in our summertime stuff. It is on the downhill side. So at this point, the budget for this tax has been $23,322. The actual that we've collected year to date is going to be $12,442. So we're about halfway, a little over halfway. And then in looking at the sanitation service charges, again, we're still collecting quite a bit more. Year to date, the increases from the rates is $123,833. And the total, we talked a lot about the difference in the percentages between the commercial versus residential. So out of those rates, that 74% of that revenue is coming from residential customers and 26% is coming from commercial. Then if we look at the BOD piece, it kind of flips the other way. So we've got an additional $57,000 worth of revenue from the BOD. And we've got on the commercial side, the commercial customers are paying 93% of that, with the commercial or the residential customers only paying 7%. So that's where that is. And that's all I've got. Do you guys have any questions?
Any questions? Trustee Browning?
What sparked this question was the anomaly for August, but so that most of that will go away. But I still have the question. In theory, just hypothetical, end of the year after we get the, I guess the last sales month that we collect for 2019 will be November sales because we get those in December, right? So, I mean, that's what the sales tax comparison chart is.
Actually, we're on an accrual basis, so for January and February, those will all be booked back into 2019, and we would take out the January and February of this year because they apply to the prior year.
Okay. Let's say at the end of the year, if we hit budget exactly on the expense side in the general fund, but property tax collections and sales tax collections end up being $100,000 more than we had projected. Mm-hmm. What ability do we have to, in next year, to redirect those funds? Could we say, oh, we ended up $100,000 more in the black than we thought. We'd like to add those to the clawback reserve, or we'd like to go purchase a couple more capital items that we didn't have the money to do. When can we make that determination next year for any surplus this year? And
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. We can amend the budget at any time that you guys would like to. Typically, what we would do is a couple times a year, we would look at where we are. So if we've received additional revenues, that would be something that the board could decide how they want to spend it, or if they want it to go to reserves for a future project.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay.
We'd like to transition tonight from finance update to the admin update with some kind of exciting, unexpected news. The town has received an anonymous donation that is specified to be used only for parks and recreation purposes. And we waited to tell you about it till it actually was in the bank and was not a scam. But we've received an additional $100,000 that someone is donating to our Parks and Rec. So it has been received and accounted for this month. So if that is the only stipulation, is that it be spent in those areas. There's no other, it didn't say operations or capital or anything. So it will be at your discretion how you would like to use those. I think staff have some ideas if you need some, but you might keep that in mind as we're talking about some of these overages in our parks projects, or as we talk about the 4th Avenue Ped Bridge, where we might need some additional funds. So those are the only restrictions placed on it. So we are sending a letter of thanks.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah.
We're sending a letter of thanks to the bank that transferred the money, and they said they would get it to the recipient, or that donor. I know, isn't that fun? So Never got to announce that before, so that's kind of neat.
It's really exciting.
And it's my understanding they also left a little bit to the Community Foundation as well. So, very nice.
Well, to whoever you are from the Board of Trustees, thank you very much on behalf of the community. That money will be well spent.
Sure will.
It's great.
Okay. On another note, for the admin report, probably one of the most important things that happened this last couple of weeks was Tracy Sanders and I, flood recovery manager, met with officials from the state to start talking about how we are going to pay back our $9.5 million advance and how we are going to account for the 2.5% local match to the FEMA funds. And so they are working on some agreements to put together to bring forward to you. I would expect we'll probably have those in December. And on the $9.5 million advance side of things, they informed us during the meeting, which was somewhat of a surprise, that they are going to start withholding all of our requests for reimbursements moving forward because we are at approximately the last $9.5 million. And they expressed that they don't want it to be seen as a duplication of benefits if they reimburse us for something they've already paid for. So Jill and the flood recovery team are putting together a high-level and a detailed spreadsheet so that the state feels more comfortable where we're at with that $9.5 million. Exactly where is it, in which accounts, how much is left of FEMA versus other projects we might be using that funding on, CDBG-DR or town projects. But our goal is to get that to them by the end of December. Jill has been able to take a look and feels pretty comfortable that we're going to be okay to cash flow things without those reimbursements that were planned for our FEMA projects for the next 2 months until we get that number put together. So we're finally nearing the end of this recovery and reimbursement process, and now we really need to get very, very serious about the remaining funds and what will be left in the town's bank account after that reimbursement is paid back.
The only thing I would add to that, and I wasn't able to go to the meeting with these guys, and I think they did a really nice job of presenting to the state kind of where we are with our flood recovery and how much we've spent so far and how much more we still have to do. And from just listening to the summary of the discussion, the one thing I would remind the staff is that you guys have a better handle on how this works than anyone. And so, I think anytime, we certainly want the state to feel comfortable that we know where their money is, but I think also this money is somewhat fungible and it moves around and it's not in any one place for very long. And it comes in and it goes out and it comes in and it goes out. And so anything that we present to them is a snapshot in time. And so I would encourage you, though, if for the things that we've been waiting on from the state, when they ask us to jump through hoops, that we take that opportunity to make sure we ask them to reciprocate and do the things that we've been waiting on for them to do. So we get those things done. I mean, we've had to do this before where we had to formalize, okay, we're going to do this, and then you're going to do X, Y, Z. So I think hopefully, we can continue to have that good understanding of we're all just trying to do our part to keep this moving. But, it's disappointing to hear that they've not communicated proactively about their intent of withholding funds or just deciding they need a spreadsheet before they're going to release more funds. That's not really a very effective way to run a flood recovery. So I would say feel free to ask the board to help with making sure that we keep things moving, because this is not, we're running up against deadlines now, so this is not a time to just throw sand in the gears of a flood recovery process that's actually gone incredibly well up to this point. We certainly want to sit down and evaluate how the recoupments and the $9 million is going to come back, and it will come back eventually, but that should be a joint discussion, not a,
Definitely. We expressed to them that our best estimates right now are toward the end of 2020 or 21, we should be able to pay back about $3.5 million. But the remaining is really still out there until FEMA closes out projects and pays back. And that could take 4 years or so. So we made sure they heard that, and we'll put that more formal as we get this numbers ready. But the other thing that surprised us at the meeting was they've decided that they want us to use a different calculation of, how do I express this? Tracy, I may need you up here. That instead of FEMA paying 75% of the FEMA costs and the state picking up the remaining 22.5, and then the local, us paying 2.5, they're now interpreting federal policy to say that FEMA will pick up 75% of the total cost of the project instead of just their portion. I know it's kind of complex. You might have to think about that. But if you have a project that FEMA's contributing $500,000 to, and CDBG-DR is contributing $500,000 to, and the state is doing another 100, they're now asking FEMA to cover 75% of that 1,100,000 instead of just 500,000. So it kind of makes us a little uncomfortable because it changes the way we have calculated our matching costs for 6 years. So we are waiting a little more clarification on that as well. But I tell you, for the finance department and the flood recovery staff, it means every project has to be reworked again. If they determine that's the methodology they want us to use. So I'll leave that at that. But it could create some additional work for us. And I'm happy to talk to any of you about it in more detail. It's complex. And my thing just timed out. In other news, we also had our quarterly Colorado Resiliency and Recovery Collaborative meeting, which is a group of state, county, and local and elected officials to get updates on legislative news regarding resiliency. Boulder County did have quite a big win. They went all the way up to FEMA at the federal out in Washington to ask for a change in how they interpret building codes and standards. And I don't know, some of you might remember this, but FEMA had us put back things to the codes and standards that were in place at the time of the event. So in 2013, if we were following 2009 codes, they wanted us to put it back to that instead of current code. And it seems like they've had a win because FEMA has announced what they're calling an interim policy called Consensus-Based Code Specs and Standards for Public Assistance. And so whatever codes you are using at the time of recovery can be considered now instead of at the time of the disaster. So for anything after February of 2019, they're going to have a new standard on that. So that will really be helpful moving forward. And secondly, with the adoption of Proposition DD, the state is now starting to identify water planning projects that might be eligible for those funds. And then one other big federal legislation that's passed was what used to be called pre-disaster mitigation grants, are now being called BRIC. You may have heard of that, Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities. And the feds are planning to set aside the equivalent of 60% of that year's disaster total to put toward building resilient communities. So if the nation had $100 billion of disaster, they will be putting aside 60% of that toward mitigation the following year. It's pretty exciting. Don't know where it's coming from, but they have passed that. So those are the three big legislative updates. More locally, we do want to let the board know that Adventure Lodge has purchased the Aspen Leaf Motel and have met with staff. They are very excited about being part of our community and want to work closely with us to make sure that they are putting together a plan that meets our vision, and they are going to try to get a couple of rooms open as soon as possible to help them get through the winter. But they want to do some renovations and upgrades and a larger plan for the property next year. So you might see a few rooms open in the interim. Okay, but pretty excited about that. We did complete our Longmont annual water letter, which thought it was attached to my report, but apparently we're waiting for their final acceptance of our letter, so we'll put it in your next report. That's always interesting to see how much water we used and those sorts of things. The couple of events we had recently, the USA Track and Field Junior Olympic event was held in Bone Park on November 9th. They did have about 400 runners. Came back very, the organizers were really pleased. The attendees were amazed at the course and are excited to bring back a regional fall event next year with about 800 runners. So that's pretty exciting. And we did put together a really nice little list of places to go in town following the events and what they offer. So we'll try to start using that more often as well. Trying to find just the highlights. In regard to Alliance Community Foundation, we always apply for several grants to assist with some of the town events. And this year we were awarded grants for Lions Arts and Humanities, the Summer Concert Series, Parade of Lights, and continuation of the SO Swap, the weed mitigation group. None of them were funded in their entirety, but all were will be of great assistance to those programs. So let's see. This is interesting. It's a mild November. Laverne Johnson Park had over 50% occupancy in RVs in November. That was not expected in the budget. Fall leaf pickup was Saturday. It was a great event, well attended, well organized, useful to all. So we'll probably try to do that again next year. In regard to Parks and Public Works, you're going to see crews up, starting to put up lights. And I know sometimes we get people saying, well, why do they have to do that so early? It takes a while, and we need to have them all up by Thanksgiving. So just bear with us. We'll try not to turn them on, but we do have to get out there and start working. We have completed our jetting of all our sewer lines that we plan to this year. And also Upper Fifth, if you recall, we have an agreement with them that we will jet their lateral. And that was to occur on November 15th. So I did not get to see someone today to confirm that, but I'm assuming they did. They did? Oh, great. Thank you. So that has been done for our annual expectation. And then we are starting to work on two places the sewer line has been found to need more immediate repair, so we're planning to do that. And lots of tree trimming going on. The second trash enclosure at the back of Laverne Johnson Park has been built, so if you haven't seen that, it's actually quite nice. Sounds kind of silly, but if you recall, in the summer, our trash is just so tremendous that that is done. Crack sealing is done in the 3 subdivisions, and on 2nd Avenue, hopefully you've noticed that, from Railroad to the bridge, and on 4th between Broadway and Main, and the intersection of 4th and High. So all of those were able to get a little lift before the winter. And let's see what else. The pavement assessment is done. We'll be getting that report here, and you'll be seeing that in December as well. That is going to prioritize our streets by need, and then we can start formulating. Jill and I have already started talking about and met with DOLA about how to finance potentially our major street needs. So we'll be bringing that forward too as well. And there's lots of other things here, but those are some of the highlights. Any questions from my report that I didn't touch on?
All right. No questions, and I know we don't have a boards and commissions on the agenda tonight, but I do have a couple of appointments I'd like to make because I want to get some people started. So if the board doesn't have any objection, I'd like to appoint John Petrie to the PCDC. He and I had a great conversation, and I think he'll be a really nice addition to that board. And then I also have Peter Brent has applied to be a non-voting member of the Student Advisory Commission. So we'll appoint him as a non-voting member. Any questions?
I have a legal report to give.
Oh, sure.
whenever
Sorry,
you're
go
done.
ahead. I didn't realize.
No worries. So I want to give the board a quick legal update on two of the matters we're involved in. First with Paul Freisig and the dispute over the property we've previously leased to him. During my last report, I mentioned that the court had granted a temporary restraining order to the town, allowing us to move his personal property and to enter onto our property for the purposes of the construction of the Eastern Corridor sewer line. Mr. Freisig did file a motion to dismiss that TRO on the last day it was in effect. The court scheduled a hearing on that. We subsequently told the court that it was not necessary because it was expiring. And also, Mr. Freisig has stipulated that we are allowed to construct the project without interference from him. And so we filed that stipulation today with the court and has been vacated. So, and I've been told by the flood recovery staff that project has been going on well without interference from Mr. Freisig. So far, so good. Once the construction is complete, we'll move on towards working out the lease issues. The second matter I wanted to update you on is a petition that's been circulating that Deb wanted me to update you on. The citizen petition has been filed to put out an ordinance that would basically require the town to hold a vote in order to do single hauler trash, in order to provide trash services itself or to collect any sort of fee on residential trash services. The town attorney, myself, and Deb reviewed the petition for form, and it met all statutory requirements. It is now being circulated, and I think 25 or so signatures have been obtained at this point. Just wanted to update you on that was happening. So, pardon? They'll need 83 total, and the intention I've been told of the circulators is that they do not want to schedule a special election. We would like to put this on the April regular scheduled election. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up is audience business. This is the portion of the meeting where the audience is welcome to address the board on items that are not on tonight's agenda for a public hearing. We do have 5 public hearings scheduled this evening, so if you're here to speak to one of those items, I'll briefly kind of run through what those are. We will have a public hearing on levying general property taxes for 2020. We will have a public hearing on the increase to the regarding water taps for residential fire suppression systems, an increase to the service rates for wastewater utility services, another hearing on increasing the service rates for water utility services, and finally a hearing on tiny homes as accessory dwelling units in R2 and R2A zones. So if you're here for one of those items, please wait until the public hearing for that item comes up. If you're here for anything else, you're welcome to come forward now, give your name and address for the record, and each person will have 4 minutes.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Matt Vavrina. I live on 405 Vasquez Court, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to relay some neighborhood concerns in regard to the agenda topic for tonight on 407 Steamboat Valley Road. So the neighborhood has been following along closely as Mr. Calvin, the property owner on 407 Valley Steamboat Road, has been working on various developments and potential agreements with the town. And so we have some distinct concerns as a neighborhood in terms of any potential town agreements, and I think most notably is the potential for a variance on the blue line and tapping into the town water. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are severe kind of water quality issues, and namely very low water pressure. So the 6 northernmost houses on Vasquez Court require a pump just to have running water to do their dishes at night. And so it doesn't sound like the town is recommending that a water tap is provided, but I think there's concern if a blue line variance was given in the future, maybe if they were to tap into the water, that variance would allow for tapping into the town water and a decrease in the water pressure. So that's just one of the few concerns. I just wanted to make that note for the town board, and we're excited to welcome Mr. Calvin to the neighborhood, but before any kind of consequential decisions are made by the town board, the neighborhood just wanted to make sure that your constituents had some say in the decision. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mike, can you just flash?
Anyone else for audience business? Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to the first public hearing. Will the clerk please introduce the item?
Yes, the first public hearing is Ordinance 1070, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, levying general property taxes for the 2020 budget year.
Is there a staff report?
Actually, I have a short presentation, and it just goes through, I'm hoping what people want to know about how their mill levies are set, if that would be okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let's see if I can get it to work. It's blinking, that's a good sign.
This is warming up.
Okay. So this presentation is basically just so people are aware of how their mill levies are set and how, if we change those mill levies, how that impacts them, because I think that's pretty important. So I wanted to start off just really quickly, where does the town's money come from? The total revenue that we have in the general fund, which is where the property taxes are recorded, most of those revenues are coming from taxes. So 72% of the general fund revenues are from taxes. Then out of that big blue wedge, the taxes that we collect are several different ones. So the big gray section is going to be sales tax. And then you're also going to see property tax, which is going to be the blue segment. So then what do we spend our money on out of the general fund? So this does our roads, it does our courts, it does our police, it does our community planning, our public art. There's a lot of different things. They're all services for the entire community. So when we talk about a mill levy, what is a mill levy? So the mill levy is how our property taxes are set. The Boulder County assessor actually is tasked with valuing property throughout the county. All properties are revalued every other year, and it's usually in the odd year. So 2019 was a year of revaluation. So commercial and residential rates for property taxes are different, and a mill levy is set at $1 property tax for every $1,000 of assessed value. So there's several terms that I'm using here. So there's an actual value, which is what the assessor does. They say your property is worth $500,000. So then what they do is for commercial properties, 29% of the actual value of that $500,000 is then calculated to get your assessed value. And then your assessed value is what is used to calculate against your mills to figure out how much property taxes you're going to be assessed. For residential is a little bit different, where commercial is set at 29%. The assessment rate for residential properties actually fluctuates. For 2019, it was set at 7.15%. So let's look at 2018 are actual values that we use for the 2019 taxes. So the 2018 actual values for all properties in Lyons was $37,120,600. So they did the revaluation in 2019. And now all of the properties within Lyons, it went up quite a bit, $5.5 million to $42,648,409. So that's an increase in your property value of 14.89%. And some are more and some are less, but that's the big picture. So how does that impact you? So when we look at what the total mill levy is for the town of Lyons, it's the same. It's been the same for a long time. It's 19.522 mills. That's the approved mill levy. So I'm going to kind of start at the bottom of this slide. So in 2019, the board and the state puts a limit on how much taxes can increase, and the board also allowed an additional temporary tax credit. So between those two, the town board approved a temporary tax credit of 4.976 mils in 2019. What that means is instead of you being assessed at the 19.522 mils, you're only assessed at the 14.546 mils. So that reduced your taxes. So in 2020, instead of having a 4.976 mil reduction, it's only going to be 2.631. What that means is a lower temporary tax credit means that your taxes are going to be higher. So there's two things that play into this centerpiece of this slide. So if we look at the line from the bottom where it says taxes at 14.5 mils, that's the 2019 value. So if you look at your values in 2019, if they were $500,000, we had a mill set at 14.546, which gives you taxes of $520. So then, if we look at 2020, there's two things that are playing into this. The first thing is your property value went up. So if we look at where it says 2020 and that $574,000, that's the increase in the value of your property. Then you're also going to have a small increase in your mills. So what that does is that increases your property taxes up to $673. So your property taxes between those two items will increase by $173. I'm sorry, yeah, $173.75. So what we're looking at here, though, is just Lyons property taxes. That's it. And this is the residential rate. I know everybody's sitting here thinking, well, my property is around $500,000 and I don't pay $693. I pay a whole lot more than that. But there's a reason why. So let's kind of go to the next slide. So this is residential. So remember I told you the residential rate, assessment rate is 7.15%. So this is commercial. So commercial pays a whole lot more. Whenever you have a business that has a commercial rate, you're at 29%. That's the assessment rate. It's always been that way. It will be that way until the state legislature changes it. So if you take the same criteria, so you still have the $500,000 that you had in 2019, but if you look at your 29% assessment rate, your taxes are $21,000 in 2019. When you look at 2020, again, you have the value increase as well as the mill increase, which increases your property taxes for your commercial about $700. Okay, now let's pull this all together but wait, there's more. So here, we look at The two slides that we've looked at so far look at just Lyons. So Lyons is not the only mill levy on your property. So any property here in Lyons has at least 7 different taxing entities which are taxing your property for property tax. The big one is going to be the St. Vereen School District. They have a 56 mills that they put on your property. The second one is going to be Boulder County at 24. Lyons comes in at 14. And this is for 2019. The Lyons Fire District comes in behind that at 12. The Library District, the Northern Colorado Water, and Left Hand kind of round out the bottom. So when we look at the total of all of these, your property is actually having 114.82 mills on your property that you pay tax on. So out of that, Lyons is just a small piece. So let's put it all together to the same chart I'm going to go back to, but instead of just looking at Lyons, let's look at the big picture. So again, at the bottom, you kind of see 2019, you're $500,000 at 114.82 mills. You're going to pay about $4,100 in taxes, property tax. That probably looks more realistic to most people. So then if you look at the increase in the value, in addition to the additional mills, you're looking at your taxes going up about $700. So I just wanted to kind of show everybody that that's kind of how it works. So we do have an additional mill levy for 2020. The mill levy would go up from the 14 point, I'm going to go back one slide, sorry, 2 slides. It's going to go from the 14.546 to 16.891. This produces enough revenue to balance our budget. However, if you choose not to approve the mill levy, then we need to make some decisions. So the mill levy is proposed is what we need to balance the budget. If you want to reduce it or to change it in any way, then we need to figure out how to pay for the expenditures that we have. The general fund does not have any extra reserves. It only has the required 3 months of expenditures as a reserve. So it can't absorb any kind of reduction that you might want to do for property tax revenues without a reduction to the expenditures. So that's it. Thank you for your time. I hope that was helpful.
It was a good explanation. I think a lot of people would benefit from having it explained to them that way. All right. So, any questions for staff before we go to the public hearing? Trustee Browning.
Just a quick comment. When I moved to Colorado in 2000, I bought a house here, I guess, in 2008, and not long after we moved here, I got this job with the library, a non-paying job with the library district. We were trying to figure out how we were going to finance it and how much of a mill levy would produce how much revenue and how we had to coordinate it between counties. And I had to work through all this stuff you just did step by step and learn it because it was different than the system I was used to. If I had had your presentation then, it would have saved me a lot of time. This was an excellent presentation, and thank you for doing it.
Any other questions? Okay. We'll open the public hearing for ordinance 1070, which is an ordinance levying general property taxes for the 2020 budget year. Would anyone like to speak to this ordinance? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, please? Trustee Browning.
I will move that we approve ordinance number 1070, levying a general property taxes for the 2020 budget year as proposed by staff.
I'll second. Okay.
There's a motion and a second. So just one clarifying thing, and I didn't see it in there, but what Tabor is what limits our ability to actually fulfill our complete mill, is it not? Or what is Tabor's impact on that calculation?
It's not Tabor, it's state statute. So state statute says that each year you cannot exceed 5.5% of the prior year. So there's some caveats to this, as Trustee Browning found out. So how it works is each year they calculate the 5.5%, and whether you actually set your mill to collect that full amount or not, that's still the basis for the next year doing the 5.5%. So that's the restriction. We are within state statutes requirements at this point.
Okay. Oh, I always thought that was related to Tabor, so that's not. Is it?
Actually, they talk about it in DOLA as being actually not Tabor, as being state statute.
Okay. Thanks.
So maybe
Okay.
that's-
So
I mean, we'll say that Tabor appendages touches many parts, and it's not so simple as it's not Tabor's. I think we have to go a lot deeper into this.
I don't
but-
need a more detailed explanation. I just, okay, so I just want to, so what we are, because I have heard some people say, wow, you're really increasing taxes this year, but we're within the 5.5% over prior year. Okay. Any other questions or discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. All right, and it passes 7-0. Thank you.
Mayor?
All right.
Thank you, Jill. I have a request. PCDC Chair Greg Edding is here and needs to leave. We're wondering if we could move Ordinance 1071 to be heard next.
Any objections from the board? Can do that, Anna. Okay. If the clerk would introduce item number 5 next, that would be great.
Yes, a public hearing on ordinance 1071, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending certain sections of chapter 16 of the Lyons Municipal Code regulating tiny homes as accessory dwelling units in R2 and R2A zone districts.
Is there a staff report?
So I think it was about 3 months ago, we had a agenda request to allow the tiny homes on wheels to be added to R2 and R2A. That came to the board, and the board referred it back to PCDC. And PCDC looked at that request and thought that it would be still okay to allow tiny homes on wheels in R2 and R2A as an ADU, with a minor modification that ownership could be segmented, so it wouldn't have to be the owner of the principal dwelling unit that would own the R2A tiny home, because in that case with tiny homes, sometimes people bring them and they're a separate ownership. So then we worked with the town attorney and modified the language based on the ordinance you have before you. The R2 and R2A currently does not allow ADUs. And so this would only allow, the amendment you have before you would only allow tiny homes as ADUs in R2 and R2A. It does not propose allowing stick-built homes in R2 and R2A. We do have a limit on the number of tiny homes that would be allowed in town, and that limit is still 10. So that would still apply anywhere. We have not seen a tiny home on wheels come in for an application. We've had several requests for conditional uses, but we've only had the pre-app and nobody's taken it any further. So this would, again, in your packet, there's a map where it would apply. And so it's mostly around the core of the town and the downtown area. The tap fees and water share would, again, not apply to an R2A tiny home on wheels, but it would also allow for somebody to then, if they either remove the tiny home, they could build a second unit and they would still have to pay those tap fees. R2A generally allows somebody to develop 2 homes and then rent out 2 homes. The ADU would not allow that. You would have to live in the first one and then rent the pad to somebody in the second one. So the foundation, if you will. So it would still be a rental relationship because the ownership of the land would stay with that original owner. I think I hit most of everything.
That's it.
All right,
Any questions?
yeah, any questions for staff or our PCDC chair? Trustee Browning?
Paul, you said that you could not build a stick-built home and be exempt from the tap fees and the water share requirements, but you couldn't build a stick-built home as an ADU, right? Is that what you meant?
Yeah, that's what he meant.
That's what I meant.
That was a little bit more precise, is you cannot build a stick-built ADU.
Okay.
But you can build a stick-built second home.
Okay. What's the reasoning there of not building what's the rationale for not being able to build a stick-built ADU? Because we've encouraged that elsewhere in town, so why here?
Because it's an R2, it's an R2 zoned area, and we want to encourage actually duplexes to be built as opposed to somebody getting effectively around the, paying the, I mean, why would you do it at this point? You wouldn't, you would go ahead and call it an ADU and not pay for the water shares or the tap.
If I may.
Yeah.
One of the reasons another reason we wanted to do it is to maintain rentals so that we don't lose our rental stock. Right now, most R2s are single-family homes. If they were to develop as 2 homes, under 2 single-family homes, both of them could be rentals. If they develop as 1 home in an ADU, somebody has to live in one and rent the other. And so if we allow waivers and tap fees and ADUs on all R2s, I think that would disincentivize the 2 rentals in 1 lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll open the public hearing on ordinance 1071, on an ordinance amending certain sections of Chapter 16 of the Lyons Municipal Code regulating tiny homes as accessory dwelling units in R2 and R2A zone districts. Anyone like to speak to this issue? Give your name and address for the record, and each person will have 4 minutes. Sorry.
Sorry, you said how much time?
4.
Cool. That won't stay on tonight.
We don't have a crowd, so give everybody a little more time.
It's Tad Smith, and the address is 59 South Taft Street. That's in Fort Collins. So thanks for making time tonight for what was hopefully the final discussion around allowing tiny house ADUs on R2 and R2A lots. As has been pointed out several times, the reason that this proposal has come forth is because the requirements of the original ordinance in practical terms limited tiny house ADUs to only being in non-floodplain R1 lots. And of course, because we're in a canyon, virtually all of the R1 lots with enough level ground to have a tiny house on them are actually in the floodplain. So that's why after almost a year after the original ordinance was passed, there hasn't been a single application to date for a tiny house in Lyons. So the board and the PCDC have covered a myriad of topics around this, from water rights to utilities connection fees to property taxes. Concerns around all of these issues have been largely addressed, but there was one new issue that was raised in the last meeting, and that was the potential for condominiumization of an R2 or R2A lot that a tiny house ADU was put on. As you're aware, the town's existing ADU policy prohibits subdivision of a property in conjunction with an ADU. So Lyons Municipal Code section 161070E is entitled Unity of Ownership. and reads, quote, "The fee ownership of the principal dwelling and accessory dwelling unit shall not be separated." My understanding is that there's concerns with people with the, or the concerns among people with the town that despite having this on the books, that this clause could be potentially preempted at a state level. And I know that Trustee Karras recommended that Ordinance 1071 be tabled until there was a fix for this. My first reaction to this concern was, who actually spends $50,000 on a tiny house and then turns around and shells out another $100,000 to $200,000 for property to put that tiny house on? Buying even a partial lot within the town of Lyons would triple, quadruple, or quintuple a typical tiny house budget. I know a lot of people that live in tiny houses, and I can tell you that virtually no one that has that kind of money chooses to live in a 250 square foot shoebox that a tiny house is. On top of that, I can tell you that absolutely no one that lives in a 250 square foot shoebox wants to increase the cost of that housing by 300 to 500%, which is what this kind of transaction would represent. So I think in practical terms, thinking about this realistically, I think the idea of the condominiumization of a lot that has a tiny house ADU on it seems a little far-fetched. The probability of that is virtually nil. But rather than just letting reality address this concern, I think there's a very simple legal fix that would absolutely prohibit any condominiumization of any lot with a tiny house ADU on it. So let me explain how that would work. So for a tiny house ADU, the town issues a conditional use permit. And I've drafted up an addenda to that conditional use permit application that the property owner would sign that would state in explicit terms, in conjunction with the section of code that I read earlier, that the property owner agrees not to subdivide the property and attempt to condominiumize the tiny house ADU. And if the property owner attempts to do so, the conditional use permit would be immediately canceled. Now, of course, a tiny house on wheels is movable, right? So if a permit were canceled under these circumstances, the town would ask that that tiny house ADU be removed from the property. And so the property owner would lose their ADU and lose thousands of dollars of potential rental income every year from having a tenant in that ADU. On top of that, if the unauthorized subdivision by some means was declared effective, the buyer of that partial lot would have no ability to live on that property because the town at that point had required removal of that tiny house ADU. And so I think it's pretty clear that these outcomes completely eliminate the motivation on either side to condominiumize a lot with a tiny house ADU on it. This change or this addendum to the conditional use permit doesn't require any change to Ordinance 1071 under consideration tonight. It doesn't require any change to the original tiny house ordinance, and it doesn't require any other changes to Lyons Municipal Code. So I recommend that you review the ordinance. I'm happy to give you, or the addendum, I'm happy to give you guys a copy of it. And I think this fully addresses the board's concerns on that issue.
Thank you.
It was bound to happen eventually.
Sorry.
Thanks.
Anyone else for ordinance 1071?
Hi, Amy Reinholds, 141 Kelling Drive, here in Lyons, Colorado. Folks may know I have worked with affordable housing issues and ADU issues with different town boards, task forces, commissions since about 2015. And what I'm thinking today with this proposal of asking R2 and R2A to be included for this specific kind of ADU, instead, why not allow it for all ADUs, including stick-built? I would separate out the whole condominiumization thing because that, right now, that happened with a stick-built ADU. So it's kind of not related to tiny homes. But we have a lot of people who can't afford to buy a tiny home in this community. The tiny homes on wheels are quite pricey. So I would like to see more rentals. I would like to see more of the, whether on R1, R2, or R2A, I would like to see more people still be able to live in the main house and have an ADU. So they would have a tenant, they would have, sometimes I call it the Fonzie apartment, right? The Cunninghams had Fonzie rent their apartment, which was over their garage. So why not do more of that? Why not allow that as an option on R2 and R2A as well as on R1, no matter what kind of structure it is? that you've already allowed on R1. So let's expand it. The R2 and R2A owners would still have the choice of, I'm going to build 2 separate units, I'm going to build a duplex, and I have to pay the tap fees, and I get to live in Florida and rent both of them out. Or that same owner would have the choice of, I'm going to live in my single-family house and have my Fonzie apartment. So I'll stay here and be part of the community, and I'll provide a lower-cost market rate rental in an ADU. So that's what I would propose. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for this ordinance? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion from the board? We need a motion if we want to talk about it. Okay.
Let's see. I move that we approve ordinance 1071 relating to tiny homes as ADUs in R2 and R2A zoned districts.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. All right, further discussion or amendments? Just wanted to make a note for the clerk, at the top of our ordinance, it doesn't have the ordinance number, it just says XXXX. So if we could just make sure the ordinance number gets added, that would be great. Okay. Trustee Roberts?
I'd like to move to make an amendment, and I've obtained some language from our attorney, and I could summarize that. I would propose that we amend this ordinance to allow conventional stick-built ADUs on these properties in addition to tiny homes. So there's 3 pieces to this proposed amendment, and town clerk, that's because I can email you that so that it saves you from typing. First is 161070C1 to state districts permitted as attached use by right or detached subject to conditional use review. Accessory dwelling units shall be allowed as accessory use to single-family residential uses in R1, R2, R2A, E, EC, and A residential districts. In addition, to amend 161070E regarding utilities, add to the end of the paragraph, at any point an accessory dwelling unit is converted to a non-accessory dwelling unit, secondary dwelling with or without separate ownership. Installation of separate water, wastewater, and electric services shall be required. And finally, to amend each of the whereas clauses in the ordinance as applicable that identify tiny homes on wheels to also include attached and detached ADUs.
Could I ask you to just repeat the section you're amending at the beginning again?
The first section, 161070C1.
See what? I just don't have the original language for that in front of us.
Did I say the right number there?
You send the ones I told you,
Yes.
and after had I send that to you, I realized that the section that what's up on the website is not what's currently enacted because it hasn't been codified yet. So some of those changes, some of those section numbers may need to be changed. But the idea is in the section where it currently says what zoning districts ADUs are allowed, those be expanded beyond what they're currently allowed to include R2 and R2A. And then the utility section basically saying if it gets converted to a secondary dwelling unit that's not an ADU, you would put up the required utilities.
Okay, can we just get a second and then we can ask questions after that? Okay. So I just want to follow up with the utilities section of that. Is that specific to R2?
That's specific to utilities for ADUs, and I can tell you what is in the current
Because I'm
code.
just curious if that needs to be clarified, because it wouldn't necessarily make sense for that to apply to an ADU in R1, right? It would only make sense if it applies to the ADU that's in an R2, because,
You couldn't convert that.
right, because it wouldn't be allowed. So I
I
just
guess
don't want to imply that it would be allowed.
My
in an
only, I guess, thing you may want to consider is that maybe in the future that may change. And so if you were to keep it in the utility section and apply it to all zoning districts, we wouldn't then have to go back and modify that section to expand it to different zoning districts if we allowed more density in certain zoning districts.
Would it be helpful, though, to clarify and say in zones where allowed,
Yeah, that would be great.
or something
Yeah,
like that, just so it doesn't necessarily imply that you could do that anywhere you want
That's certainly a
and
decision the
not
board
make
can
it?
make. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to ask you just to read it one more time, if you don't mind, just to make sure I understood it all correctly.
Just the utilities.
Or the whole thing, actually. just
Okay.
If you don't mind.
First amendment to 161070C1, not yet codified in the published record. Districts permitted as attached use by right or as detached subject to conditional use review. Accessory dwelling units shall be allowed as accessory use to single-family residential uses in R1, R2, R2A, E, EC, and A residential districts. Now, that's just adding R2 and R2A to the existing language, that list of zones. And the second piece of this amendment to add to 161070E regarding utilities, to add at the end of the paragraph, if at any point an accessory dwelling unit is converted to a non-accessory dwelling unit secondary dwelling with or without separate ownership, installation of separate water, wastewater, and electric services shall be required. And finally, the ordinance would need to have the whereas clauses that identify tiny homes on wheels to also identify traditional attached and detached ADUs, not only tiny homes on wheels.
Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, thanks. Trustee Miller, go ahead.
Okay. I would also like to propose amendment, kind of,
I think we have to deal with
Okay.
his, unless you're amending his
well-
amendment. We can amend
Yeah.
something to the second degree, but,
to the second degree. I would like to add on to his. Also allow manufactured and mobile homes that conform to the design standards and the restrictions of square footage allowable, as ADU allowable. I think this allows for greater variable in price range for affordability and safety standards through HUD, and potentially connects lower income folks to the affordable housing goal we're trying to attain.
can I just ask the attorney, is that an amendment, does that work as an amendment to this amendment, or should that be a separate amendment?
I think it should be a separate amendment in this case.
Just from a clarity of
Clarity
organization
of,
of
yeah,
the code? Is that, if
organizational.
that's
Not that
okay?
it's not a proper amendment potentially, but it just shouldn't be as part of this one.
Okay?
So if you just hold it until
Yeah.
we deal with his, and then we have you do it again? Okay. Any other comments, questions,
yeah, I would like to,
suggestions?
Offer my arguments to support the amendment, if I may. And noting that I'm offering an amendment that's contrary to the recommendation of the Planning Commission. And I wish we'd had some opportunity when this presentation was originally made to discuss the reasoning that the Planning Commission, behind the Planning Commission's recommendation. But I did have a chance to speak to Planner Glasgow on the phone a little bit to gain some better understanding. And so Mr. Glasgow already indicated that our intent is to encourage developing more rental housing. And my interpretation of the argument for denying conventional ADUs in R2 and R2A zones is that we prefer to encourage 2 rentals per property as opposed to 1 inhabited by the owner and the second a rental. Now, we know that there are no undeveloped R2 or R2A properties at this time, and many or most perhaps are already developed with larger single-family homes occupied long-term by their owners, and many of these also predate our current designated zoning and were built before medium-density zones were imposed, generally as blanket by block. And for long-term, single-family owner-occupied homes in these zones, what are we trying to accomplish besides increasing rentals? I don't think we're hoping that the resident owners will move away to create more rentals. The way many of these lots have been developed leaves small space for additional buildings, and it's not economically viable to also pay for additional utilities and a CBT share for a small house, particularly in contrast to the opportunities in R1 zones. So I don't believe that the ideology behind denying ADUs, conventional ADUs on these properties, is actually serving our goals. This, by my count, I believe is the 5th amendment to our recent ADU policies, and it's building upon previous ADU policy changes that tend to undercut the goal of increasing rentals in medium-density zones, considering the on-the-ground realities of our R2 and R2A properties. What feasible outcomes are we saving these properties for by prohibiting conventional ADUs? I don't think I don't see the logic. If someone builds a second home, whether it's an ADU or not, that home will be a rental. Leaving the policy as is leaves an imbalance in the economic incentive between R1 and R2. And we have a strong economic incentive to build a second house on a low-density R1 property. By contrast, there's a strong economic disincentive to build a second home in our medium-density R2 and R2A zones. Allowing conventional ADUs may encourage more rentals. And there are already several accessory buildings on R2 and R2A, or R2A lots anyway, that could be easily converted to conforming ADUs, and I believe some were even built with that intention. And I know individuals who are interested in doing this but feel that the taps and shares costs are prohibitive. So this is maybe this ordinance was introduced perhaps with the idea of just adding tiny homes as ADUs on R2 and R2A lots, and I see this as adding ADUs on R2 and R2A lots, that distinction being, then why are we singling out one type of housing when I think we have a much better chance of increasing rentals in these zones if we do allow conventional ADUs to be constructed. And it's still I think hard to understand also what's the motivation for charging the additional CBT share, in particular, one of the most costly pieces of building a second home on a R2 lot anyway. When we did have a discussion about when this was originally presented, what the agreement with Longmont is regarding requirements for additional shares for second homes on residential lots, and Administrator Simonson indicated that our agreement was silent on that, so we don't really have any constraints on ourselves, and we don't anticipate water usage in a second house to be so much such that it will incur the much higher usage rates that are already in place. So I think that's about all I had to say. Hope that wasn't overwhelming.
Not at all. So I think you make a lot of really good points. I hadn't really thought about whether there were undeveloped R2A lots out there. And so I think it's interesting to hear that, we aren't talking about a blank slate that someone might decide, do I build one house or a duplex? Generally, I'm a huge fan of ADUs. I think this is one of those policies that has actually worked to create more housing and more specifically affordable housing without being too onerous, honestly, for people to try to utilize. I think we've had, do you know how many ADUs have we permitted? Not just conditional, but total.
With regard to detached?
Because we do not permit.
Oh, you're not permitting, that's right. So it's just the detached, yeah.
Just the detached.
I mean, we've had
There's been like
7, 8, something like that, but we don't know how many are out there that are attached,
We could, yeah, no, we should have a good idea. If we go
which are now legal, that weren't legal for the longest time.
Oh, we
You know
have
what I mean?
a lot that were.
Yeah. Which I think it gives people some confidence to be able to advertise their property and to try to keep their property rented. So, I'm fully in support of actually expanding the ADUs to R2 and R2. I think that the zoning makes sense at the time when you make these rules, but I think our town has changed and it's evolving, and ADUs are more, I think they allow someone to not only bring additional income in so they can stay in their own home as property taxes are increasing, and they need to maybe raise that income to be able to stay there. So I think it just gives the owner a lot more flexibility. And I don't know that I see a downside. I think some people may choose, if they don't want to live there, they'll still build potentially a duplex if that works for them. I think it's a different person who already has a home who decides to do an ADU versus someone who wants to have an investment property maybe and decides to build a duplex. So I don't know that I think one cancels out the other necessarily. I think it's just allowing the homeowner on that property to figure out what the options are if they do care to go into having a second property on their lot. So I will support the amendment, although I would like to offer an amendment to the amendment to just clarify that the utility piece, that somewhere in there, and I'm open to where the attorney feels it would fit best, is just that we add the statement "where permitted by the zone," just to make it clear that we're not insinuating that it could be converted in any zone. So that would be my motion.
I'd be okay with that. I think maybe even just simple as where applicable might be.
Or, whatever you think is a better fit. So I don't know if there's a second for the second amendment.
Well,
Do I need to?
I'll second the second amendment, but I still have some questions.
Yeah, okay.
So can you explain to me the utilities portion of what you were meaning?
Well,
And then what your amendment was?
okay. The amendment in general is to simply allow conventional stick-built, like a second house by the standards of, I guess, the statutes for an ADU that already exists and that can be built on an R1 lot. So just to allow the same thing we allow on an R1 lot to be built on an R2 or R2A. And the distinction between what I've proposed and what we currently allow is that in order to build a second home on one of these lots, you have to buy separate utilities. So identifying as an ADU, as I understand from our attorney, it's implicit that the owner doesn't have to buy separate utilities as long as they live in one of the houses.
I guess it is explicit in the code that.
Okay.
So you're talking about a stick-built second home that then is using the water from the original house?
Yeah, so if you wanted to have an ADU, so you go out and get your ADU through the conditional use process in accordance with the Lyons Municipal Code. Later down the road, you decide to convert that ADU into a second home and a secondary dwelling unit of some kind that's not an ADU. You would then be required to come back to go get your utilities. So it's not a way to circumvent the code for secondary dwelling units that aren't ADUs for not getting utilities.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work because you would have to tap it. It would be a second tap.
Yep.
And so you would have to rip out the utilities that attach and then reroute them and then reattach those to our system. And based on where the house is, that could be, that rerouting and attachment may be difficult, but.
Thank you.
Are you clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm clear.
So are there any other discussion on the second amendment? Vote on that first.
You mean your amendment to my amendment?
My amendment to your amendment, yes. So we'll go ahead and call the vote on the second amendment, which is just basically clarifying that the utility, second half of Trustee Roberts' amendment would only apply in the zones that allow that conversion to happen. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So that motion passes 7-0. Any further discussion on Trustee Roberts' proposed amendment? Trustee Browning.
Yes, I just want to say, I understand the PCDC's rationale of encouraging more rental units, but the question here is really like a judgment call of, do we think we will end up with more rental units if we allow and encourage ADUs in R2 and R2A properties, as Trustee Roberts' amendment would propose, or will we end up with more rental units if we keep it as is, where people could build 2 rental units? And so you kind of, it's a guess as to what's going to happen in the market. And on top, and I think you could make a prediction either way, but to me the deciding factor is we also need to think about affordability. And what would it cost for somebody in the town of Lyons as it exists today to do 2 stick-built rental units on a single piece of property, paying tap fees and $60,000 CBT shares for both houses? My guess is it's not going to happen very often, if at all. And even if it happens, the rent they're going to have to charge to recover their costs of doing that is going to be very high. And whereas if we allow ADUs by virtue of their size limits and also by virtue of them being exempt from the tap fees and the CBT requirements, you're going to have more affordable rentals. There's, market rate rentals in either case, but I really think we encourage more affordable housing if we allow ADUs, and that's kind of the deciding factor for me, so I support the amendment.
All right, any further discussion? Trustee Farrell?
Yeah, I'm going to say that at the moment I don't support this. And it's not the concept as much as I think it's the process. I feel like we came this evening prepared to talk about tiny homes in this particular situation, and I feel that this amendment at this point is changing the entire concept of what we were intended this evening, and therefore it is not open to enough public feedback on this kind of a change. And so I feel like we've undermined a little bit of the process for the community to have some feedback on this. So I actually don't think this is the appropriate process to go about making what could be a good change. And so personally, I don't think this is the right way to go about changing an ADU process in the R1, the R2 and R2A. So I'm not in support of it yet because I feel like this is a rushed job. And so I'm going to vote no on this, and then I have my own amendment.
I want to respond to that, and I appreciate that, and I think we always are trying to be very concerned about, are we following a fair process where those that would be impacted by this change properly noticed about the change? And the only reason I'm okay with it, even though it is kind of new language being inserted, I think that's why we do public hearings, is people should say there's something going on in a zone I live in, I should show up, is that this is still only impacting the zone that the tiny homes are being proposed for. So I feel like it is a new change, but the impact of a tiny home on that property is not drastically different from the impact of allowing any other ADU on that property. And so I feel like it's related enough that I feel comfortable with it. And if we had gone to adding a whole nother zone, not that there's one left out there at this point. There's maybe R3, but I think it feels to me those same people, if they had wanted to come and speak to whether we should allow tiny homes, this doesn't seem radically different than what we're already doing. So that's my kind of response to that. But I respect your kind of feelings on adding new language at this stage.
And the legal analysis on this is basically, would a reasonable person anticipate a kind of change of this nature coming into play. And there's not a lot of case law on this, or there's not a lot of guiding principles. But my way of looking at this was, people are already on notice that ADUs could be coming to their neighborhoods if they lived in R2 or R2A. And this is, before it was just one type of ADU, and we're just kind of broadening the horizon of that ADU. So they already kind of knew that ADUs were coming.
They knew that 10 could come. Now everyone could have it. So it's slightly different, but.
Would you keep the 10 in place?
The
tiny
10 are
homes.
only for tiny homes on wheels. So.
That could have been subject to be lifted as well as part of this, since we are opening up the tiny home. So I still doesn't bother me. I mean, it's a reach to go there anyways, unless it's really far out or some substantial change. But it does not change my opinion.
Okay. Trustee Farrell and then Trustee Roberts.
So I would like to ask then for clarification, when you mentioned multiple zones, I thought that you were opening it up beyond what is on the table tonight, the R2 and R2A?
Just those.
That was just those?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I
Trustee
was
Roberts.
making a comparison to what's currently already allowed in R1. And, but yes, just adding to the same zones that are in this ordinance to allow conventional homes as ADUs. Now, I would also point out that each of these properties is expected to eventually have a second home built, or it's already zoned with the intention of permitting a second home. So there's already the expectation. This is in effect only about changing the economic reality of the possibility of building a second home there. And so I would also just say that I think that when we decided to incentivize ADUs or second homes on residential lots, that I think that the medium density properties might have been the first place to incentivize instead of low density. But since we already have in place now a sort of a web of policy on ADUs and low density, it seems like we're overdue to extend this same benefit to medium density property owners. And I think some of them feel that and are aware. I know that's true. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I would just like to underline what Trustee Roberts said. If you're in an R2 neighborhood, and there's only one building next to you, they have by use by right to build another one. So effectively, that's not changing. What we've really done here is we've just eliminated some tap fees tonight. That's all we've really actually done. But my question is on ADUs, detached ADUs, we required a conditional use review. If you're in an R2 neighborhood and you have one building on a lot and you're going to build a second one, that's use by right, I believe. So we actually have a much more onerous policy towards community input for an ADU as opposed to building a whole separate building and renting it out to anybody, which I think is a little odd. It's a little out of place. But really effectively tonight what we've done is we simply reduced tap fees. And in that regards, I don't think this is actually contrary to what the PCDC was suggesting. We didn't know the board was really ready to go to eliminating tap fees on such a grander scale. But the PCDC stays silent on tap fees. That really falls under the UEB. So,
If the PCDC is suggesting we shouldn't have conditional use reviews, I'd fully support that position.
well, we'd have less meetings.
Exactly. And I think we've had that suggestion from the public, actually.
Can I clarify one
Sure.
thing? If an R2 currently allows a duplex, and you have a duplex, each duplex can add an ADU?
No, it's one per lot.
Only one
One per
per
lot.
lot?
That's why the ADU code reads.
And this would only apply if they don't
Because
already have a second building
I was picturing
on
from this
there.
discussion that you could have a duplex, each with an ADU, which puts 4 living units on one lot, which is actually then an R3.
Yeah.
And so I was getting confused with that. I thought I heard that each unit could have an ADU.
No, it's, there shall be no more than one accessory dwelling unit per lot is what the code provides. And that's
So there would
in
be 3 living
7,
units on one
16,
house.
10, 70C.
The current code, no, the current code, what we had in there is when we were replacing when we were adding the tiny home on wheel, it was in replacement for that second home. So you could not build a second home. You could only have an ADU.
But if I had a duplex,
You couldn't put on a duplex a second, or a ADU.
if there's a duplex, there can't be.
There can only be 2 homes on an R2 lot.
Well, that's what I thought, but I was hearing otherwise.
I'm not sure if you wouldn't, for the tiny homes, you would be correct, because we put that specifically in the tiny home section.
Right.
But what would be here is opening up ADUs, which does not have the similar restriction in it. It only says 1 per lot. So presumably, if you had a duplex, you would add 1 ADU.
With a duplex?
Yeah.
That would be increasing density then. That, yeah. I think we want to consider this more before.
So, any other discussion? So we have a motion on the table. Anybody have any further questions? I think, does everybody understand if the motion passes, what that does? Okay.
Are we
I just-
positive that's what it does, though?
Well,
Well, you could make another amendment that
We
you
could.
only have an ADU if there's 1 unit
yes,
on the
you
lot.
could. So we
Which
could.
would be a great amendment.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and call the vote on Trustee Roberts' amendment. This would basically allow stick-built ADUs on R2 and R2A and put in the caveat that the utilities be converted should the unit, whatever, become a regular duplex, for lack of a better way to say that. All right, I'll call for the vote. And the motion carries 6-1. And that was amended with the small change about where permitted by zone. So is there another amendment related to this one before we move on to yours, just so we don't lose track of our mindset? Mayor Pro Tem?
I propose an amendment that will restrict the number of units that can be on a R2 lot to 2.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Anyone need any more time to think about that? Go ahead.
So may I suggest that in the current code in section 161070C5, it currently reads that there shall be no more than 1 accessory dwelling unit on a lot. It seems to be a logical place to put this restriction would be in that section. Whereas, multiple dwelling units, existing dwelling units on a property may not be eligible for an ADU. Something along those lines, where if you already have multiple dwelling units or non-ADU dwelling units on a property, you would not be eligible for an ADU. Rather than kind of go the route where we have to go back and make one rule just for R2, just to make it blanket. If you had multiple dwelling units, you couldn't get an ADU. Does that make sense?
I think it does. I mean, I think that actually fixes it and makes sure that,
Kind of, I think, in a
yeah.
more concise way, in my mind at least.
Right.
But
And that would not apply to any other zone, really. I mean, it's broad language, but it practically wouldn't really change or make this more restrictive than what it
the
would
only
already be.
place it would apply outside of R2 and R2A that I could think of is the very strange scenario of multiple dwelling units on a single family lot because they predate the zoning code. They would then not be eligible for ADUs.
Right. Which is,
Shouldn't,
Unless they already have ADUs. Then they would also be grandfathered in for that.
yeah,
which is more likely than not.
it would be grandfathered anyway already.
Yeah.
If they have ADUs today. But if they want an ADU tomorrow, assuming this amendment passes, they would not be able to have an ADU.
I don't think they do have ADUs.
All right, any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and call for the vote on the amendment. The amendment carries 7-0. Okay. Any other amendments? Trustee Miller. Sorry. Hit the wrong buttons.
I would like to propose an amendment to also allow manufactured and mobile homes that conform to the design standards and the restrictions of square footage that are required for ADUs to be added to the R2 and R2A zoning. Do you know
Yep.
where I could put this?
You can go first, but I have a suggestion if you can go first.
No, I'm listening. You
Oh,
can go.
Oh, I thought you
and
had
somebody
something to
needs
say.
to second it, I think.
Can you just, thank you. Would you read it one more time, please?
I would like to propose amendment to allow manufactured and mobile homes that conform to the design standards and the restrictions of square footage to be added to the R2, R2A zoning.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Staff or any board members have questions or comments?
Yeah, I would suggest that this amendment be done to section 161070B3, which currently is talked about the creation and use of accessory dwelling units. And it prohibits the uses of mobile homes manufactured and recreational vehicles. And I would just add to that section that mobile homes will be permitted where they conform to the design standards of the tiny home section, which is not yet codified. So.
Do you have some more to say about that?
Trustee Miller? Go ahead.
I believe this allows for greater variable and price range for affordability and design and safety standards through HUD, and potentially connects lower income folks to the affordable housing goal that we are trying to attain. It also allows families to be able to potentially live in an ADU rather than just one person or a couple. Because tiny homes are actually categorized as, like he said, 250 square feet, whereas mobile homes are up 500 to 200, 100 to 200 to 500 square feet, and there are mobile homes that are up to 800 square feet. And they are HUD approved, which means that they have actual safety codes that they have to use. Tiny homes are just too small and awkward for a family to comfortably live in. Likewise, a family can also qualify for HUD grants, making it more feasible to acquire. They also can, be moved off the property if need be, because I know that was one of the things that the tiny homes on wheels was asking for. So I did some pretty thorough research on some of the mobile homes and manufactured homes that are available today, and they are really actually very cute, and they're manufactured by tiny home manufacturers, so it's kind of interesting how.
So the 400 square feet is part of the design consideration for the tiny home. So we probably have to modify that slightly.
Well, an ADU can be up to 800 square feet.
That's
so.
correct.
So we're talking about ADUs here, right?
But I think what Paul is saying is like you were asking that it be conform to the design standards for tiny homes. The tiny home design standards maxes out at 400.
Correct.
And so we'd have to put it into some sort of clarifying language
I didn't
saying,
actually
except for, that particular design standard.
except for, no, I didn't actually, I said, propose amendment to allow manufactured and mobile homes that conform to the design standard and the restrictions of square footage to be added to the R2A and I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yep.
So now that we're talking about ADUs instead of tiny homes on wheels.
So just to be clear, you want to conform with all the standards of tiny homes with the exception of the size limitation?
Yes. That's, I mean, I want it to be, just like stick-built homes are being allowed in R2A and R2 zoning, I want manufactured and mobile homes to be allowed in R2A and R2 zoning.
Then maybe if you don't want to stick to the tiny home design standards, then maybe the easiest way to
I didn't say that.
Okay, sorry, if I misheard you.
I think the intent here is to modify the ADU ordinance
Okay.
to allow these, correct? Is that your?
Yeah, I'm, just the zoning is what I'm trying to, he proposed that we put stick-built homes in the R2A and R2 zoning, right? Correct?
Yep, correct.
Right. We just voted on that. I'm proposing that we add manufactured and mobile homes in there too.
Okay.
That's it.
I think the easiest way to do that is to modify section 161070B3 of the current ADU code to strike out mobile home and manufactured home. So the restriction would only be to recreational vehicles.
Did you say B or D as in dog?
B as in boy, creation and use of new accessory dwelling units. Currently, it reads in section 3, mobile homes, manufactured homes, and recreational vehicles, which includes all vehicles that bear a VIN number, shall not qualify or be used as accessory dwelling units. And so if you were to strike mobile homes and manufactured homes, you'd be able to use those as ADUs.
Are there any design standards for that situation?
Under this amendment, there would not be. They would just have to comply with our design standards for all other ADUs.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
I really like the affordability aspect of this proposal.
Do we have a second on this amendment?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep.
we do.
And I think it really needs consideration, but to the earlier point about process, this strikes me as stepping another step away from the process, because we're going from tiny homes on wheels and stick-built ADUs now to mobile homes, which had previously expressly been excluded. And I'm not trying to support the express exclusion. I'm just saying it may need a little more review by the PCDC, and then put on the agenda so that it clearly would enable somebody who for whatever reason they might not like the idea of mobile homes in their neighborhood to be able to, to be prompted to come forward, because right now they wouldn't have that sort of pre-warning. So my suggestion would be to table it and request that the PCDC consider that option, and where then modifications would occur in the code.
Trustee Caravas, go ahead.
I would just say, along with what Pro Tem Dreisaitl is saying, though, is on the opposite side of it is this issue's up before us, and we're following the procedures laid out. And when we add all these amendments and the mayor calls for the final vote, we can then make a motion to delay the vote to a time certain, so that, as what Trustee Farrell has brought up, that there's a lot of information here, that staff and PCDC can look at it and come back to it in a month. So if we add all the amendments that the board wants to add, and we send it back down, that is also part of our process. So we start cherry picking who's adding amendments, who's not going to, or who can, based on what we perceive as our process. So I think we are in our process, and if we add that many amendments, well, we have the choice then to either vote for it, not vote for it, or delay it and let staff and PCDC build all the information on it and let the public gather the information they want to gather, and we come back to it.
Trustee Roberts.
Yeah. I will support Trustee Miller's amendment. I have a couple of reasons, and I feel like, well, if you looked in our R2 zone neighborhoods, you'll see homes that are manufactured homes that look almost impossible to distinguish from a mobile home in my eye. I also think that manufacturers of mobile homes today are looking at tiny homes for style, and I feel like with the policies that we've set in the past since the flood for encouraging affordable housing, we've identified encouraging affordable housing by size and also just a variety of housing options to increase our portfolio. I think that this would offer just a chance for the market to decide what type of home we're going to have. And I have to also just remember that when we lost a number of homes from the flood, a large percentage of those were mobile homes, and they serve a sector of our community that no other housing option does for various reasons. And it feels to me like really the optics of putting a tiny home on wheels in a place where you can't have a mobile home is I'm not comfortable with that.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? Would this apply to all zones or just R2 and R2A?
This change would apply to all zone districts.
The way it's been presented, I
As
think
the way
it
it's
would
been
apply to all
presented, yes.
zones.
No, that's not the way I presented it.
You just wanted R2 and R2A?
Okay.
I mean, we're not amending the whole.
You would have to
ADU.
change other parts of the ADU code in order to permit, because currently they're banned outright.
Here's my suggestion, because I want to support this amendment. But I would agree that because it goes outside of R2 and I think it should apply to more than just R2 and R2A, actually. I mean, I think we have enough experience with the ADU kind of experiment, if you want to call it that has been successful. And the fact that we don't have public here and complaining, and we've been kind of gradually adding to this ordinance and allowing more and more. And I think it seems to have worked. And I would agree that I think that, maybe we don't need to restrict as many things as we have restricted up to this point. But my preference is to not pass that as an amendment on this, but to renotice the ordinance and bring that back. I also would actually prefer we go ahead and pass this tonight with the way it's been amended for R2 and R2A and let that move forward. And I think this one, though, is a change that is worth having PCDC just take a look at, because I want to make sure it's not going to conflict or require any other changes that, they may want to consider. And, it may be PCDC wants to consider some other things that they've learned as the ones reviewing these process if we're going to make that change. So I support what you're proposing. But I do kind of feel a little bit like, because if we go beyond the R2 and R2A zones, which if you're at home and you are in our R1 zone tonight, you're thinking they're not doing anything that applies to me. But this would apply to other ones. So I'd prefer not to pass this tonight, but bring it back and have the PCDC recommend this change.
Can I just clarify
Yeah,
that? So it would have to be changed through the whole ADU ordinance because it's
We'd have to change
because it's not allowed anywhere? Is that what you're saying?
So right now in 161070B3, mobile homes, manufactured homes are not allowed at all.
As ADUs.
As ADUs.
They're allowed as...
In other zone districts, as other types of uses, they're not allowed as ADUs. So we'd have to change that by striking the first two sentences. We'd also have to change the standards section to make a unique category just for R2 and R2A, kind of like we did for tiny homes tonight, to just apply to mobile homes in order to cabin them to those areas. Otherwise, it would apply to every zone district, which is fine. The board can make any decision. It's just going to require more work to parse out exactly how to work it.
Okay, well, My amendment was for R2 and R2A, because that's what we're talking about tonight,
Okay.
just to clarify.
So I would also suggest that as part of it, in addition to amending section B, we'd also amend section C, part 1, to include a limitation on mobile home and manufactured home ADUs to limit them to R2 and R2A.
Trustee Roberts.
I just wanted some clarification that when we created policy to allow tiny homes on wheels in our R1 zones, we specifically carved out an allowance for a motor vehicle with a vehicle identification number as an accessory dwelling unit, but not a mobile home. Is that correct? So we made a very refined distinction.
It was a very fine distinction, yes. It had to meet other codes as well. There were a number of building codes that it could vary between, but it was not just the RV code. It was the RV 14. I can't remember the name of it, but it was a specific and related to tiny homes as opposed to just RVs.
I guess the other thing, I like your amendment again, but I think it needs some clarification as to what design standards are we talking about? Are they, the design standards for tiny homes? Are they design standards for, there really aren't other design standards, there's building codes. So I feel like it does need its own category. So it seems like we're trying to do a little more than what the scope of this public hearing was published for here.
I agree. I think the PCDC looked at this and divided between those two, and their original recommendation on tiny homes did not include RVs for a specific reason. And so I would recommend asking them to evaluate it again and bring this back with their recommendation. I would, we could also bring back another amendment or ordinance with regard to RVs and mobile homes as ADUs.
I think it's manufactured homes and mobile homes, not
Sorry,
RVs.
manufactured homes.
There would be, I think, looking through the code, there would need to be additional changes to design standards probably as well.
Yes.
Because the design standards currently have to comply with all applicable site designs for principal dwelling units, which I don't think manufactured homes or mobile homes could meet. So we'd have to modify that as well in order to fit it into this amendment. So that would be another issue that we would have to look at.
In general, mobile homes are only mobile for 3 years after they're placed, so they're not allowed to be removed.
So I think that I'd have questions about that too. So is it really still a mobile home if it's an ADU? So I don't know what that does to this. Looking at the time and the amount that we have remaining on our agenda tonight, I'm going to call for the vote on this amendment, and then we'll see if we're ready to have a vote on the overall ordinance. So the motion fails 4-3, or 3-4, sorry. After we complete this, I think it would be good to give direction to staff
Bring this back.
regarding looking at having the PCDC examine the code and help us understand what changes would need to be made to accommodate Trustee Miller's amendment. Is there any further discussion on the overall motion? Trustee Farrell?
So I really wanted to vote for tiny homes on wheels tonight. However, I do feel a little bit on a principle standpoint that this changed in such a way that I wasn't really, I'm not against the change as much as I just wish that there was more public opportunity to have input. So I'm actually going to vote no on it for that reason, although I look forward to Tad moving his tiny home into town and hopefully seeing him in the future.
Any further discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. Oops, sorry. All right, now I'll call. So it does pass 6-1. All right, thank you. Can we just note the direction to staff to have the PCDC look at the ordinance? Is the board agreeable to referring this to the PCDC?
Yes.
Trustee Browning?
I agree with that. And my recollection of the standards for approval of tiny houses that we put into the PCDC put into the tiny house order is you probably could not do a manufactured home that would conform to those design guidelines. And so I think you need the PCDC to look at the issue of should we allow manufactured homes, and if we do, I think they're going to have to make some modifications to those standards for approval of tiny homes. Because I think if you reference the tiny home design guidelines and the standards in that ordinance, I don't think a mobile home could ever qualify.
They wouldn't fit, no.
That's what I thought. So I don't think you'd ever get one, even if you wanted one. So I think the PCDC needs to take another look at that and with those standards in mind, because I know they were written to specifically exclude manufactured homes.
All right, thank you. And I want to thank Mr. Smith for his persistence and number of trips to Lyons to express his urging to the board on this issue. Thank you. Okay, will the clerk pro tem please read the next? Okay, we could do that. You guys want to take a short break now?
You want to discuss general business items since you have people waiting in the audience? Earlier today, we discussed that items 3, 4, and 5 could be tabled. They're not time sensitive if the board.
Yeah, knowing we
wishes
have
to.
3 more public hearings and an executive session,
and 2
is
general
the
business
board
items.
agreeable to, our December 2nd agenda is fairly light. Would everybody be agreeable to moving our general business items to December 2nd, since those are all just discussion items?
I would not, 'cause I won't be here. There's some things I want to discuss, I'm trying to get on the agenda for.
Which ones are most critical to you? There are 5.
Number 2?
Probably 2, 3, and 5, actually. But you guys do the rest, you do what you need to do.
Okay. Is calling in an option?
Airport
Oh,
issues.
okay.
DC, you're
All right,
second.
well, we can see where we end up.
I'm only one, if the rest of you are fine with that, that's up to you.
Yeah, I have a problem with moving number retreatment, number 2 as well. And I think Trustee Karavas was really the one suggesting the Apple Valley issue, and so he needs to be here for that.
Except originally that was going to be an item, do you even want to vote to put it on your next agenda? So that was going to be put out 2 weeks.
All right, it's very likely we won't get to these items, though, until literally
Very late.
midnight. So, I mean, it's up to, I also want to be considerate of the public
Yep.
who's
Sure,
here
that's
to
why I said
wait.
it's up
And
to you guys.
we have
Ask
3
a question.
more public hearings that could take some time to get through because of their water rate or utility rates, but we can take a short break and come back and see how quickly we go through public hearings. Is there a motion to take a short break?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Should I
So
put on a pot of coffee?
we can move item number 5 in general business to number 1. Is anybody here for any of the other items or just the Calvin?
General business,
Yeah,
water,
water?
Macintosh water.
Okay. All right, we'll try to move the
That one
2 that
shouldn't
you're all
be
here
that
for up
hard. Yeah.
higher in the list.
Yeah.
Gave direction on that one.
Paul, I want design standards. Tell me where to find the design standards. Where, whatever you need to design.
So there's a whole
Basically
list.
neighborhood compatibility.
Because you know what? The design standards for the tiny homes are easily you can find the design standards for tiny homes and design standards for mobile homes are almost the same.
Except we custom made ours.
So it depends on which homes you're talking about. There are modular homes.
Okay, where are they?
Precisely. Or even if
Online code yet.
no, it has.
See, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Thanks for the heads up.
So
I'm super frustrated by this whole thing. Because tiny homes on wheels are a freaking vehicle. They have a VIN number, you pull them, I mean, it's taxed by the freaking DOT or whatever, DMV.
Six different things. Sitting around for more of that.
I still have another.
People should remember that they're
In general business.
You just may want to turn off your microphones, you know, as you remember, you're on TV.
The tiny home ordinance has not made its way into the.
It's not codified yet, no.
No.
We're like over a year behind on codification, which is a real problem. We're trying to understand our code.
Be ready for more.
I've got it here. I'll send it to you.
Please do.
Discussing those things about 4 times.
I mean, look,
Not prepared one day, I told him it'd be
What's wrong with
midnight
that?
before I got home.
I'll bet if you look at these things, you'll find something that doesn't fit.
392 square feet. It's essentially a tiny home.
What is it?
It's a mobile home. High-approved mobile home. It's 392 square feet.
It might.
Sorry, forgot my mic. Sorry, excuse us, we're starting. Hello. It's okay.
All right, the second public hearing is on ordinance 1067, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending section 13-3-90C of the Lyons Municipal Code related to water taps for residential fire suppression systems.
Right, so our staff report.
So the town of Lyons currently provides water to a number of homes that are outside of the town limits. In 1989, I think it was 1989, the town stopped allowing new taps to any place outside of town and stopped allowing for the increase of taps. It was specifically put into the code to not allow those. And now Boulder County's current code requires fire suppression systems in new development or development that's being enlarged to a certain amount. And so we have found that there are residences that are modifying their homes or already have the water tap and never built a home with potential, and they would need fire suppression systems. The fire suppression system would either need a bigger tap or a second tap. So currently, the code would not allow them to have the fire suppression system unless they were to go to a well or some other way to try to get water that was not through the town of Lyons. So the UEB had reviewed the current code and had suggested one option to amend the code would be to allow for the upsizing of a current 3/4 inch tap to a 1-inch tap to homes that are currently outside the town of Lyons, currently have water already, and are currently required to have a fire suppression system.
Okay, are there questions for our utility director? What is our title here? Utility manager. Okay, thank you. All right. I'm sorry, go ahead, Trustee Farrell.
So who's paying for the upgrade of the size of the tap? Is that the homeowner? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
Presumably, water usage wouldn't change by much because the only time the fire suppression system, hopefully, would only be used once, if ever, or hopefully never, right?
Correct.
So we're not talking about a change in water usage by much,
Unless
if
there was
anything.
a vent or something broke, there was some concern there, which was one of the reasons the code allows for the upsizing of something that's currently already metered and not the option to put in a second line, which is one of the other options, to potentially not be metered where you couldn't tell what was happening.
Trustee Roberts?
These are modern, brand-new, accurate water meters, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so they're probably going to do a much better job at keeping track of water usage than most of our residences already. And every drop of water will be accounted for and charged for then, right?
Behind the meter.
Yeah. That's new pipes too.
I guess we just have the new water line out on Apple Valley.
All right, any other questions? All right, I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 1067, amending section 13-3-90C of the Lyons Municipal Code related to the water taps for residential fire suppression systems. Would anyone like to speak to this item? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion, please?
I move that we pass the ordinance.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, I'll call for the vote. Motion carries 7-0. All right, on a roll. Will the clerk pro tem please, yeah, I hope so. Where's my witch little sign? The next public hearing, please.
Public hearing ordinance 1068, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending Article 4 of Chapter 13 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purpose of increasing the service rates for wastewater utility service.
Good. Staff presentation.
So the wastewater fund has currently been losing money and been needing to spend fund balance for the last 4 years. We've worked on increasing the rates over time. Currently, one way to increase the rates to make revenue exceed expenses would be an increase of the $4 per 1,000 gallons. That was the report. View. The UEB had advised that that's what you would need to do to meet revenue. So there had been discussion about lower rates at, even as of last year, also lower rates at a couple of dollars and then increase the next year. But since the town currently only works 1 year at a time, if we wanted to meet the actual expenses, this would be one way to do that.
Any questions?
I do have one additional comment. As Aaron kind of alluded to earlier, there's been some issues created by the code not being up to date and not being codified. And so when we were working on this, I had not realized that the code that's online is not reflective of the actual code in place right now. And so on the ordinance you have before you, I had included section types of consumers 1 through 5. Currently, of that list, only 2, 3, and 5 currently exist. That 1 and 4 had been eliminated in our previous code revision. And so if you were to pass this ordinance as proposed, you'd be re-including those categories of service back in, which we would not recommend. So I would request an amendment to eliminate categories of service 1 and 4 as proposed, and to renumber the others accordingly.
Trustee Caravas,
Can I say so moved to that?
Well, I think we need to bring the. I think we need to bring the
I tried.
Yeah. The original needs to be brought up for passage, and then it can be amended. But I just wanted to let everyone know, in case they're confused, having remembered the previous code amendment, that there was an issue because of the code not being up to date online, and Aaron being out of town, and I being on my wedding, and we weren't able to connect beforehand. And so that's why there's 5 categories of service when there's really only 3 that are currently in existence.
Is it my turn?
Trustee Roberts, go ahead.
Manager Kaplan, I may be a little confused because I've read a good bit of data that you sent us, and I thought that the additional $4 per 1,000 gallons you had indicated was going to meet half of our sort of shortfall, not all of it.
No, that wouldn't meet all of it, the 144,000.
Oh, so perhaps I'm thinking of the first rate increase from a year ago was.
And when we first talked at one of the earlier discussions a month or so ago, we had talked about $2. The first budget proposed had a $2 rate increase, and that would have been half.
Confusion. Okay. And so at what point in time was this, I mean, because it's a moving target as to what our expenses are that we have to meet, at what point in time was this established as meeting the goal? Like, for example, before or after the failure of the.
So after.
Okay.
But it is proposed that would be fixed.
Yeah.
For the next
because
year.
Yeah, I mean, it stuck out to me that the over budget expenses for sledge hauling is probably approaching the cost of a concentrator at this point, right? A replacement, and either or. Right? Yeah, concentrator, centrifuge.
And we've looked at that. And
Yeah.
you have to wait for the current permit to be finalized and then could apply to try to redo that. So you're looking at probably at least a year to try to get anything changed. So we'd have to get the current one fixed purely to get this going because we'd be waiting on permits and other things to make any kind of a change.
We'd have to fix the one we have or replace it with something of similar specifications.
Right. And the current one is out to be fixed.
It is, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
If, and I know this is a big if, but bear with me. If things were able to be fixed completely and we had the BOD situation under control relative to the capacity of the plant, I'm saying it that way for a specific reason, and we didn't have to do all the sludge hauling and so forth, is it conceivable that the cost of operation of the sewer plant could decrease over time, in 2, 3, 4 years?
Yes, I would expect that it should decrease. We had that expectation when we went forward with the new wastewater treatment plant. Next year's budget has greatly scaled back. The sludge hauling increase is not budgeted in for next year. We're budgeting it as though we have a properly operating plant in that respect. There are other issues that still need to be fixed. And I haven't broken out how much is capital expense versus just the operating for next year's budget. So potentially there could be some reduction. Finding fees that, as I mentioned during the workshop, the $67,000 that was in there for JVA for the re-rating, are we trying to balance that out with actually going forward with the re-rating? We won't have the cost of hiring someone to look at the re-rating, but we would have costs to move forward with a new plant or plant modifications that would be required for the re-rating. So trying to determine exactly what costs we're going to have while we're working through some of these issues has been a little bit tricky. What, are we going to buy a new type of centrifuge or a new system, parts of the system, or are we going to continue to repair parts of the system? So I would estimate that, I would hope that costs were going to go down. But at this point, after my 4 years experience, just saying the hope or the estimates get to be trickier because something seems to come up.
Right. Just one add-on question is, what would be a reasonable amount of time that you would expect that could happen? Won't happen next year, right?
It's hard to say, not knowing how long the permitting process actually takes. It sounds like now just to get our renewal, we had to wait 6 months. We're still waiting on the state to say we have our renewal as it is. Then are they going to include the modification for the new outfall, or is that going to be another, they're supposed to be putting that in there, but is that going to be another delay in permitting? And then we can try to go forward with some modification that's large enough to require a new permit. So I would estimate 2 years out with my limited knowledge on that process.
Yeah, it's just probably a hope, which is probably all it can be, that a future board can actually reduce the rate. I think that would be appropriate, but I don't see our being able to do it now because of the level of uncertainty.
I would agree.
We had the public hearing, right?
Yes.
Lost track. Okay. I support this rate increase, but I will also say that we can't rate increase our way out of this problem. At some point, we have to fix this plant. And so I don't know if, I hope staff are working on proposals for how we might fund that sooner rather than later. I mean, realistically, I would love it too if they could lower rates, but that generally does not happen, I think, because what happens is even once you get the utility kind of at least now operating, it takes so long to recover the reserves. Because I had the same question about the electric fund is did we, we had to make those changes because we had those peaks, one really hot summer and there was, other circumstances. And since then, we've done pretty well. But we also took a long time to recover the reserves. And so, because we are probably going to have capital expenses related to this for a while, it's just, I'm hearing more and more and more people say, what is going on? Why are the utilities going up the way that they are in our community across the board? We have raised rates so many times. So they're right to ask that. Like, why can't you get this under control? Why? I mean, actually, my applicant for the student commission said that was his main reason for applying. And so, and they're hearing this from their parents, like, what is going on? My bill just goes up and up and up and up. And so we owe it to the citizens to figure out a plan for this, because this is another big jump and they're going to feel it. So,
Two comments, if I could. First of all, the finance director and I did meet with Department of Local Affairs on Friday and discussed options for financing the improvements we need. And so we've started to lay out a path, and we hope by our next meeting to be able to bring back ideas on potentials for potential funding sources for this project. The other thing is that depending on how aggressive we want to be with pretreatment implementation, the cost of the plant, part of that is due to the amount of treatment that must occur to get that BOD out. So there's two ways. We can work this two angles at a time. So, but I do hope to have some options for you here, before the end of the year.
And the one comment on that would be to look at, of the rate increases we've had in wastewater, only $1 of that is over what was expected before we had the new plant. Right? I did try to point out before so that everybody knew, everybody was expected to pay $180 more a year when the plan went into place in 2012. We knew we were taking on this much bigger debt, and the savings were going to be here, and the debt was going to be here. And so with 1,000 customers, we all knew it would take $180 per customer just to meet with a good working plant. We're only now really talking about raises because of problems with the plant. So just to sort of be clear that all the other raises have been expected in the sewer plant. People may not have been aware or realized that, but should have at some point known that they were going to have rates go up when we decided to go with the new plant. For 20 years. If your kids are still here, potentially you won't have the debt, and that will save you $360 a year.
Trustee Karavis.
I was just going to say that I believe, as we discussed in the UEB, that this $4 increase stops the bleeding to the point that we almost break even at the year. Since, if we recall our budget workshops, water and sanitation ending balances was $2.5 million. We're basically dropping $300,000 a year, losing $300,000 a year. With this second $4 increase on top of the previous one, pretty much is based on the information at the time of the UEB meetings will get us almost at zero loss and just basically a break even. We won't be rebuilding the fund yet. We continue to have problems through 2020. We would have more decreases. So that's just, it's not going to put the fund, just so people are aware in the public who's listening or if they read, it's not going to help write the fund. It's just going to pretty much stop the flow of bleeding of the cash. And hopefully the water fund continues to grow and we get the problems fixed as best we can in 2020 with other issues we're dealing with in executive sessions. But I'd like to ask staff, not only do you look at funding, but not possibly, again, like it was brought up at the original discussion of a wastewater treatment plant, do we bypass it and take Longmont up on their option? I don't know what they charge for, I can't remember when we did the BOD surcharges, if their charges are as much as ours, if they don't do it as much. Things are diluted enough going downstream enough for, I have no idea at this time. But I'd still like to see that in the picture, just so everyone knows and everyone can see it. Because if we bypass the plant and say it's better for, pretreatment won't be needed because their updates on their plants can handle it, well, that's better for our businesses. Don't know if that's true or not, but, at some point, I would like to see, I know rates don't usually decrease, but if we get things fixed and things operate the way they're supposed to, I would love to see the possibility of that happen, but let's keep our fingers crossed. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to call for the vote on ordinance 1000.
There's been a motion or a public hearing.
Yeah,
We did, I thought, I asked you, didn't we do the public? We did, nobody spoke.
I don't remember there being a motion or public, and I was going to ask for my,
Public input on 1067.
and I was asking for my motion, which I don't. the
I
motion
asked, I thought I
requested.
said, did we do the public
You
hearing?
just did?
yes, I thought we did.
I don't.
I thought we said we
didn't
did.
respond.
Show that we have a first.
Okay, never mind, sorry, I'm just getting ahead of myself. Okay.
That was the last one.
So fast.
I was going to say, I guess so. All right, so, no, keep going. All right, we will go and open the public hearing. And this
No,
is
motion after
1068, right? Okay,
wastewater rates.
sorry. There should be a limit on how many public hearings we have. So this is on the change to the code for the purpose of increasing the service rates for wastewater utility services. Would anyone like to speak to this ordinance? Close the public hearing. Okay, now is there a motion?
I move for approval of ordinance 1068 for the purpose of increasing the service rates for wastewater utility service.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion now?
Yes.
Okay, trustee Browning.
I have a proposed amendment that I've written, so, and I'll read it into the record too, but I'd like to. Yeah, if you pass those, I'm gonna give them to you. Should be enough room.
Thank you.
Let me read this. I'm trying to do it slowly enough, even though I've given a written draft of it. This would be a proposed amendment to Ordinance 1068. It would add a subsection F to Section 13470, and subsection F would read, "The residential consumer usage rate of $13.50 per 1,000 gallons of average water use for the 3-month period specified in subparagraph A3 of this section shall be reduced on January 1st, 2021 to $9.50 per 1,000 gallons of average water use for such 3-month period if a wastewater pretreatment ordinance has not been adopted by such date. This subparagraph F shall not preclude the Board of Trustees from again raising or lowering such rate at any future date." That's I would move that amendment.
Is there a second? Okay.
And here's the reasoning behind this. Both last year and in some preliminary discussions this year, including during the budget period, the linkage between what rates customers are paying, need to pay to get the wastewater fund to break even, as Trustee Caravas talked about. It's not going to really rebuild the fund, are very much related to what kind of costs have been incurred in when the plant was still operating. Extra treatment of unexpected BOD loads. The town engineer's estimate at one point was that the operational costs were roughly $50,000 a year. We heard tonight that the professional fee cost for having to re-permit it due to the BOD overload problem is about another $67,000 per year, and that there may be as much as a $90,000 actual permit cost. So it seems to be that to address just the rate aspect of it without addressing the BOD overload is in some respects unfair to residential ratepayers and to business non-residential ratepayers who do not contribute BOD load to the system, and that we owe it to those portions of our rate base to get a pretreatment ordinance in place. I think Lyons is long past due to have a pretreatment ordinance. We've heard from JVA, our consultants, about the plant that essentially the CDPHE is going to expect, or at least give favorable attention to a pretreatment ordinance. It's something we pretty much just have to do. This doesn't require it to be done. This board or a future board can say, we decide for whatever reason, wastewater pretreatment ordinance isn't going to work, or we can't agree on one. And if one is not passed, this would bring the rates back to their current level. But this also doesn't stop this board or a future board from again looking at the rates and saying, well, we can't let them revert. We're going to have to go bump them back up again. It just puts a time period as a target date essentially for adopting a pretreatment ordinance. Not trying to bind a future board one way or the other. It just really spotlights the fact that we need a pretreatment ordinance on the books, and we should have had one years ago, and that's the intent of this proposed amendment.
Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, I thought you were putting your mic on.
Well, I will, but after there's a second.
There was one already.
Okay.
Yeah,
We already have a second. Mayor, okay.
I think I understand the sentiment. I would think there was a more direct way of dealing with it, like directing staff to develop a pretreatment ordinance very, very quickly or very soon, rather than, this strikes me as being, I don't know, something that could even be forgotten next year and overlooked. And whereas I think a very straightforward direction to staff would accomplish this, maybe even sooner.
Yeah, and I guess my response to that is I think we should do both.
So I guess my comment is I don't see how passing an ordinance clearly fixes anything. I mean, you can pass an ordinance just because you got to pass the ordinance, but it doesn't mean it's going to actually lower our costs, because I don't think we've really proven where the problems are. I don't think our problems are just necessarily business. We have issues with the plant that we also know exist, that the plant isn't operating the way it should. And so you could pass an ordinance just to check the box, but I don't think we have proven we actually even know what all of our issues are. I mean, when we did the testing at every site around town, they were high everywhere. It wasn't in just one location. It wasn't just on Main Street. So I guess I get the sentiment as well, but I'm like, and I'm all for looking at how do we figure out a pretreatment, but we have to implement the ordinance. We have to be able to measure. We have to actually know if it's working. So just simply passing the ordinance and tying it to the act of the ordinance itself, to me, doesn't necessarily get you anywhere. So, I mean, it just kind of feels like a very blunt tool to try to tie one thing to another thing, and it oversimplifies the situation. Trustee Roberts?
Thank you. I tend to disagree that, well, for one thing, I feel like a second rate increase of this magnitude and after just 1 year requires us to make some effort to show to the residents who this wastewater treatment plant is for. show to them that we are doing something and that we're planning to do something. And we haven't really done anything besides to address the industrial waste water issue besides just a surcharge. Now, if we had a perfect plant, it'd still cost us a lot extra to process high-strength wastewater. And by my reading and understanding of our permit to operate the plant, it's not intended for processing this type of wastewater. It's the responsibility of town government to ensure that the proper influent comes into the plant. And I've been clearly aware for many years that we were going to have to do this. It's been a goal for the board that we haven't stepped up to, I think, for 8 years or so, to address this issue by implementing pretreatment or side streaming policy. Now, so I don't think that this is really a blunt approach. I think it's demonstrating that we are committed to doing what has to be done instead of passing the buck and kicking can down the road. And I'm very sensitive to threats of ever increasing utility rates on our businesses, and other utilities such as electric, gas, and water distribution are designed to serve not just residential but business, commercial, industrial accounts. But again, it's clear that the wastewater treatment is not. It's only intended for processing residential wastewater. And so I feel like we haven't really seen industry step up and implement any changes to side stream or do any pretreatment. I could be wrong. I don't believe we've been told about that. And perhaps just implementing a surcharge wasn't really going to be an effective tool to encourage businesses to do that. But I feel like we have to send a message to our constituents that we're going to do something. And we last year we did implement a surcharge in addition to raising the residential and all the usage rates. But this year we're just raising the usage rates, and it doesn't. I'm very uncomfortable with this situation. And granted, I understand we've budgeted for this increase. We have to do it, right? There's no two ways about that. But I feel like it's perhaps the least we can do to put some kind of check or balance into our decision tonight to hopefully get the ball rolling.
So just a question then. So if we pass the pretreatment and enforce the pretreatment and more things go wrong with the plant and we still can't meet our operating costs because we have to reduce the rate according to this amendment?
No, it says if you don't pass.
It says shall.
If you don't pass.
But say we pass it. So it says we passed a pretreatment ordinance, but we actually put it in place and it doesn't work. And we still have operating costs that are exceeding the revenues, even with a pretreatment ordinance, because I don't think anybody here knows whether any of the businesses are doing anything to mitigate their BOD. I haven't heard anybody say anything about talking to the businesses to say, what have you done? Maybe they already are. You don't even know what they're doing. So you're making the assumption that they are not doing anything at all to reduce our BOD and banking on the fact that if we require them to do it, we will get a reduction in operating costs and it'll all work out. But I don't see how we know any guarantees whether that's the case. So, I mean, I think what you're doing is forcing a future board to lower a rate that maybe isn't the right thing to do. The way this is worded, I can't support this. I think I think we absolutely can give direction the way Mayor Pro Tem suggested, and we have it on our agenda for later this evening. So I guess I just don't understand tying it to this way. That's my 2 cents. Any further discussion on this amendment?
To answer that question,
Go
if a
ahead.
pretreatment ordinance is passed, whether it works or not, the rate stays the same.
It says shall.
So if you pass a you shall pass a pretreatment ordinance. It says nothing about whether it works or not. If a pretreatment ordinance is passed by January 1st, 2021, the rate does not go down, whether that's an effective pretreatment ordinance or an ineffective one. That's all it says is we have to adopt. You don't have to adopt a pretreatment ordinance. It gives you an incentive to do so. You can choose not to and the rates go down. You can choose to adopt a pretreatment ordinance and the rates stay the same, whether the pretreatment ordinance works or doesn't work.
Maybe Trustee Bryant, if I may suggest moving or agreeing to move the if statement before the shall statement, keep the same content. That way, if it is not passed, then it shall be reduced.
Let's see. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. You can just change the location of the if clause.
Correct. Put the if clause before the shall clause. So if a wastewater pretreatment ordinance has not been adopted by January 1st, 2021, then it shall be reduced.
If that's clearer, yes.
If that, as a suggestion, maybe to clear that up.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem hasn't had a chance. I'm going to let him speak next, and then we'll come back to Trustee Roberts.
I'm just trying to understand the effect of this, so that if the board goes ahead and passes, whereas if, and, after next March, won't be much of my problem, but the next board just sort of kicks the can down the road and doesn't, then all of a sudden we don't have enough money to run the sanitation. We got to steal it from the water. I don't think this is an appropriate dagger to hold over the future board. I just don't think it's the right thing to do.
I think the next board, they would have two
It's
choices.
not- I'm sorry.
I thought he was asking me a question.
No,
We
I was
generally
making a
don't.
statement. I think it
Okay.
is not the right thing to do.
Okay.
Trustee Roberts.
I just wanted to address the assertion that I guess I perceive an assertion that it's confusing about where our high strength problems are coming from. And I don't think it is. I think we understand strength times volume, and I think we don't deny science. I believe science tells us exactly what the problems are. I don't think these are new issues, and they're not peculiar to Lyons. And I believe that most everywhere else that's responsibly managing their wastewater treatment has policies that we are lacking. So that I just thought I would present an alternate perspective on that.
All right. I think we've had plenty of discussion, so I'm going to go ahead and call the vote on the amendment. So it passes 4-3. Okay. Any further discussion on the overall motion?
May I request the amendment to eliminate categories of service 1 and 4 and renumber all the other services appropriately?
This is you.
So moved.
I'll second.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
To clarify a couple of things, what that amendment would do would be, because subsections 1 and 4 have, by previous ordinance, already been eliminated, it would drop those, renumber 1 through 3. And so in the amendment that was just passed, that would make the reference to number 3 be number 2.
2, correct.
Okay.
All right, I'll call for the vote. It's a separate
It's a
amendment.
separate amendment.
All right, that one carries 7-0. Any further discussion on the overall motion? All right, I'll go and call for the vote. All right, it passes 7-0. I do want to ask the attorney there to clarify whether this binds a future board. I think we have to understand whether we can this really carry? I guess I'm a little bit confused. We've never done anything quite like that before.
So a future board could, this board, the next meeting could take out that requirement. There's nothing saying that you could, this is unrevocable. You could take out, you could pass any pretreatment ordinance, whatever you wanted to, even if this is called pretreatment ordinance and had no contents to it. And so I don't think it technically does bind a future board, because there's so many ways to undo this or to comply with this. So I don't think it does. But of course, before, it's going to have to go through the ordinance process and have a period, and we look into that issue to make sure. But my initial impression is it doesn't, because it can be undone.
Okay. All right. I just think we need to clarify that because it's an unusual way to pass an ordinance. Okay. We'll go ahead and move on to the final one. If the clerk would please introduce the last public hearing.
Yes, a public hearing on ordinance 1069, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending Article 4 of Chapter 13 of the Lyons Municipal Code for the purpose of increasing the service rates for water utility service.
So
Okay, staff
the
report.
Staff report on this was slightly different than just the wastewater rate increase, in that with the water rates, we were looking, or the UEB was looking specifically at the rate increases that our water supplier, Longmont, has charged us for their treatment of the water. They have, in 2015, the rate was $1.42 per 1,000 gallons. By 2024, it will be $2.86. So that's going up $1.40 some cents. Again, we're talking about from 2015 until now. The water fund has had some stabilization ability in it so that the town could absorb some of the costs and try to balance out what we would need to charge. But as Longmont continues to increase their rates, we thought it prudent to at least go up $1 at this point to offset some of the rate increase that Longmont is charging to us.
Okay.
And so we recommended the $1 per 1,000 gallons increase. That's it.
Okay, any questions? Any further discussion, staff? Okay. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 1068, or 69, sorry. Anyone like to speak to this issue? Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Is there a motion?
I'll move for passage of ordinance 1069 for the purpose of increasing the service rates for water utility service.
Any further discussion, or sorry, second? Second. Further discussion? All right, I'll call for the vote. Go ahead, sorry, trustee Farrell.
So I guess I'm just going to go back to the workshop. Right now, we're talking about $1, and this is going to be $1 on top of the, for clarification for me, please, the current $1.85 that we're paying.
No, we're not increasing how much we pay to Longmont. This is just, that's the fee schedule from Longmont. We're increasing our rates. Is the rate schedule in there?
Yes, I see it. So,
So our rates there in the rate schedule, along that whole rate schedule for water, went up $1.
so you're
they
showing,
were
so if I look at the residential, the base rate's $29.10, and then the first one that you're showing per 1,000 is $5.07. That's including the dollar?
If
No,
it's-
that's what we pay now.
That's what we're paying now. So it's going to be $6.07.
Yeah. If, trustee Farrell, if you look at section 2 of the proposed ordinance, that would be the amended rate schedule, and Exhibit A is what's in effect now.
Thank you. Sorry, now I'm looking at the right page. Okay. So $6.07 is going to be the new rate.
Yes,
Yes.
for that category.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Any further questions or discussion? All right, we'll call for the vote. All right, it carries 7-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read the items on consent into the record?
Consent agenda. Item 1, Resolution 2019-131, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, to approve the Fourth Amendment to the construction agreement with Walsh Construction, Inc. for Bone Park Phase 2, Project 20E-2. Number 2 is the November 2019 accounts payable. Number 3 is the October 21st, 2019 Board of Trustees meeting minutes. And number 4 is the November 4th, 2019 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Anyone like to pull any items from consent? Okay. Is there a motion for passing the items on consent?
I'll move for passage of the consent agenda.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Call for the vote. Okay, passes 7-0. First item, Macintosh water update. Turn it over to staff, attorney.
Sorry, I'm just trying to find the staff memo in our giant packet. Okay, so if you may remember from previous meetings, the board had requested basically analysis of whether the current code permitted the town from accepting shares of Lake McIntosh Reservoir Company to meet the water dedication requirements contained in the code. We went back and analyzed this issue, Aaron and I did. The current code basically only allows acceptance of water shares from either a stock in a duly recognized irrigation company, ownership of Northern Colorado Conservancy District shares, CBT shares, or adjudicated direct flow rights. It was originally thought maybe that McIntosh Water would not qualify as as duly recognized irrigation company shares against a reservoir company. Aaron was able to do some research, as was I. The state and some documentation says that irrigation companies includes reservoir companies. I researched state law extensively, and there is no definition of irrigation company in state law, nor is there definitions of a reservoir company. There are rules applicable to reservoir companies and ditch companies that are separate, but it's never defined anywhere in state law as to what any of that means. And so really the town's left with a few options. One is to interpret our current code to allow for acceptance of Lake McIntosh Reservoir Company shares, because we believe that irrigation companies include reservoir companies. Alternatively, we could amend the code, and really there's a decision to be made about when to amend the code, either whether to start accepting these Lake McIntosh shares while the code can be amended, or to take the most conservative approach and hold off until the code can be amended. So we're really left with this decision point as to how the board would like to proceed. And from a legal perspective, there's not really a huge concern here. It's more of a policy decision on what sort of transparency the board wants to give within its code as to what sort of shares will be accepted. And so the staff is really looking for direction on how to proceed.
Trustee Burning.
Yeah, I think there's two reasons to direct staff to prepare what should be a fairly simple amendment to the ordinance to specifically reference a reservoir company. One is when we as a board and the staff, including our town attorney, first looked at this question of is a reservoir company, is that really an irrigation company? It wasn't immediately apparent to us. Well, anybody else that reads that code might have the same question, including a potential developer or a citizen. And so why send them through the exercise of researching is a reservoir company included within an irrigation company? Just make it plain. So it's a matter of just plain clarifying our code. And secondly, I don't think the research produced any court case or attorney general's opinion that said, yes, irrigation company includes reservoir company. So until you have that, there's some degree of uncertainty. I agree with you that your research is correct and it probably is included, but let's not leave anything to chance, and let's just nail it down in the code, because I think almost literally do it by adding the words or a reservoir company in there. It could be almost that simple. Maybe you need to spell it out a little bit more, but I think it's a simple change. Yeah, there's a cost to publishing the notice and a little bit of time delay, but why not clarify it for anybody that reads it and just eliminate whatever small degree of doubt there might be? So I think we should proceed to do that as quickly as we can. And if something comes up in the meantime before it's effective, we'll deal with it at that point.
And I guess there's the additional question is whether we want to limit what can be used for Lake McIntosh shares in the code, or whether you want to leave it up to staff interpretation. That's a kind of a related but separate question that's been raised as part of this issue.
I think we talked about that at the, I guess, the last meeting, and I think the general consensus, I don't think we had a vote on it, was, yeah, we've got enough other controls over what we approve in terms of development that we don't need to add additional restrictions in the code. I do think the one thing we need some more input, particularly from the UEB and maybe staff on, is what should we do about the potential annual assessments? If they're nominal, not a big deal, but in particular, is there a possibility of a big assessment down the road for silt removal from Lake McIntosh, which I understand to be a problem? And I don't know if that's coming or not coming, but I think that's something we need further clarification on. But I thought that our general consensus the last time we discussed it was, yeah, we've got enough controls over development from other things, design standards and all that thing, that we didn't need to do that in the code.
Trustee Farrell.
I didn't get to voice my opinion last time that I actually disagree with that. I do believe that we do need to probably put some parameters around this. And I think it would be, I would like to be careful that this isn't something just because to get a water share from Lake McIntosh would not cost as much from the Big Thompson, the Colorado.
Yeah.
And but I don't want to necessarily mean that that's an open market on, if I want to come in and buy a piece of property and build a new house, and I sit there and say, well, I want this McIntosh share over the Big Thompson share.
Yeah, it doesn't pertain to R1, remember? It's
Okay.
only for certain categories.
Well, so I would like to clarify what
But it's
those.
not in our code. I
It's in our agreement
That's,
with
I
IGA.
want to
It's
be
in our
clear,
IGA.
that
Yeah.
clarified, because that doesn't seem clear to me.
I guess the issue is that the town would not accept those shares. If someone wanted to say, I want to use Lake McIntosh water in lieu of CBT for a residential R1 development, the town would say, well, you can go buy Lake McIntosh shares,
Stock.
but
They
we
call it
won't
stock.
accept it. And so it's essentially worthless to you. The question is whether the code needs to be updated to add transparency or any other sort of guidance to developers or about what can be used for what, or we'd rather just leave that up to our own discretion and maybe publish some documentation showing this is what we'll accept it for. There's many different ways to go about this, and one way to do it is through the code. But legally, as it stands today, we could stop any shares from coming in unless we wanted to accept it and met the criteria of the Longmont IGA.
That's what I was going to suggest, was that the recommendation that Trustee Browning made, said a simple amendment to the ordinance to accept Reservoir Water Company. I think it should be further go to say as acceptable by the Longmont IGA agreement or something to that effect. So, because we don't want any reservoir. If Longmont can't use their reservoir, it doesn't serve us any.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, actually, I agree with Administrator Simonson's point on that. So there should be a reference to the Longmont IGA.
So they're cross.
And to documentation of the rationale for awarding of that, or permitting of that.
Documentation of the rationale as,
That it meets those categories of
Right.
economic development.
so you want that explicitly in the code?
I do,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, I would like to see that.
I guess the only thing is that in the future, there may be other types of reservoir company that doesn't have the same restrictions on it. We'd have to amend the code again. I mean, that's a policy decision. Yeah.
And if we reference the IGA of Longmont, it's listed very clearly in there.
Yeah, it's just so that there's documentation. And if there is another one, I mean, we'll be considering some kind of an adjustment to the code anyway.
Okay.
So we just have to address that point at that time.
Trustee Roberts.
Some of that sort of ready if you want to bring that forward at another one. My one suggestion or thought was that you could change, instead of irrigation company, we may want to change that to ditch company. And you can take CBT shares, you can take your own water rights, or you can take the ditch company. So if we say that's ditch company and add a fourth one to say for Lake McIntosh shares for this, and this reason, that way you're saying specifically, you're getting rid of whether it can be any reservoir company, and you're saying the ditch, which is something that's already there, and adding in a fourth one to say Lake McIntosh shares. And then you can also adjust that if we needed to say it should be 2 Lake McIntosh shares or something else for some reason if it came up.
Trustee Roberts.
Thank you. I'm concerned we don't know enough about the assessments, and I perhaps there's information that's accessible to us, but we understand at least that we pay assessments on CBD shares currently, and we will pay assessments on the Lake McIntosh shares as well, but we don't know what they will be. One perhaps could become very high cost and the other not, or they both could, but it could create a disparity that would be unforeseen, that would be perhaps seen as to be unfair. And I guess I can imagine the utilization Lake McIntosh for affordable housing is the parameters are clearly listed, and some economic development or new commercial uses, and perhaps we have industrial use that's very profitable business and a large user down the road, and the assessments become very costly, and also affordable housing. We might feel like, well, perhaps we could afford to do this for affordable housing, but then maybe we don't want to have the residents through our utility pay for those assessments for a very successful business. So perhaps that's not really a realistic example of what could happen, but I feel like we should maybe have an informed discussion about that. And I don't know what's the scope of what we can discuss regarding Lake McIntosh tonight.
I was looking for direction on whether or not we want to amend the code to include Lake McIntosh, and whether we can accept Lake McIntosh shares in the meantime when the code is being amended, or whether we should hold off.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I mean, is stating the desire to have these discussions, that's within scope?
We're just on, updates
Okay.
and discussion.
Okay, and so then the other is, it's not yet clear to me how the policy was developed. The policy being that we will accept the Lake McIntosh shares for these specific developments.
That was identified by Longmont.
Uh-huh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So because, I mean, obviously we've heard from a resident or two some dissatisfaction with that policy, and I guess it feel comfortable to me to be able to be explicit about how that was developed, and
I had met with the city of Longmont, and when they proposed the agreement, it was in their attorney language that we reviewed.
Mm-hmm.
But we had had that discussion ahead of time. I had talked with them about, what types of uses do you anticipate, and then they came back, and these were the ones they were comfortable with.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's possible to renegotiate that IGA down the road, and
It's been amended many times.
right. It's just that you create one scenario and it can feel unfair to some people, and you amend it and feel unfair to another group of people later. I suppose that's just the way things sometimes go with government.
Everything we do, yeah. I do want to let you know, I did reach out immediately following that meeting and inquired about those improvements. I just today got a response back from I'm trying to think of what her title is, administrative secretary to the Lake McIntosh Board. And she didn't answer the question about assessments and improvements, but she did clarify by saying Lake McIntosh Reservoir Company only transfers by stock. will the town of Lyons be purchasing any stock in the company? As we are a private company and not for public, please have the current stockholder contact me to get the process started. So that's interesting. She's looking at that a little differently, so I guess whoever the developer will be will go to them and buy their stock.
And then dedicated to the town.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some research that's on the developer to understand how that process works and what the.
Well, she just said, have them contact me to get
Yeah.
started, but, and like I said, the city of Longmont, as the major stockholder, has indicated they'll, work with us. We just need to make sure people don't go buy stock before it's approved by us.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Have a.
As the use is identified in the IJ. But they didn't answer the questions yet about the improvements, so I don't know. The assessments. They did have a list on their website of improvements they were planning to make in 2018, but she didn't answer if that was done or not. So I'll keep working with her. It takes her a couple of weeks in between responses sometimes.
So I guess the only thing I would say is, as it stands right now, I think the code allows us to accept these shares. We have an IGA that outlines when we can accept those shares. And we might have development in
Soon.
the very imminent future that may want to access these shares. So my concern is that we don't tie this up, clarifying something that doesn't really, maybe it's not obvious to the user, but I feel like a developer is going to call the town and say, I want to develop, what shares do you take? And the town administrator is going to explain this to them anyway. And so I don't want to create work where we don't have to here. If it, there's sometimes good ambiguity. And the reason you don't write really specific detailed policies is because then they become irrelevant because you can't keep track of the details in them. And at some point, you just have to trust the staff. They're going to implement the policies according to our IGAs, and they're going to go through development, application, and review, and that's going to kind of clarify things. I'm not strongly opposed to updating the ordinance as long as it doesn't delay our ability to accept these shares in the process in case we run into can't get it on the agenda or it gets sidelined because we got more important things to do that we have to do in a time-sensitive way, and that we don't get overly specific so that we end up running into ourselves, as things might change.
And that's one of the pieces of direction I've asked for is whether, the board is comfortable with accepting these shares in accordance with the IGA while we wait for the amendment to happen. Because, it's going to take 60 days minimum for this to happen, even at an aggressive schedule. So
What is the board's desire?
We can always make some amendments to the policy after we've accepted the shares, right? So,
of course. Yeah.
So it seems like seems to me that we should be moving forward, but not, as the Mayor Sullivan's indicated, not to the point of precluding accepting development, but move forward with refining our policy, what makes sense to us. And so that's my position.
Trustee Browning?
Yeah, I just think in the 60 days or whatever it takes to move forward with clarifying the code, I think we should make it clear to anyone who asks that we're not changing. Our reading of the existing code is that we can accept these tomorrow if we wanted to, pursuant to the IGA. We're just clarifying something. We're making this clear to the public. We're removing any potential doubt because there isn't a guiding Colorado Supreme Court opinion on case. It doesn't change our policy now. All we're doing is adding a clarification. And so I don't think there should be any kind of a negative implication that, they don't really think they can do it right now. No, we do think we can accept them right now because we've already approved the IGA with Longmont. I think it's just a clarification that will serve us in the future. And if we're going to clarify it, why not do it now? Why wait?
That was my position, but I want to make sure the board was on board given the negative implication that could be taken. So
I hear move forward with the clarification, but in the meantime, we would still accept these shares if needed. Okay. Everybody's good? Okay. I'm going to ask that we move number 5 up to next because we have some members of the audience waiting for this item. So Number 5 is discussion and direction to staff concerning the Calvin property on Steamboat Valley Road. Oh, sorry. Didn't realize that. Do you want to start and summarize the request? I mean, the memo is in our packet, so we don't need a large presentation. But maybe just clarify the ask at this point, and what we're asking to do.
I want to make sure I get it right.
Well, we talked about it at our meeting today, so.
Yeah. Basically, Mr. Calvin, oh, there he is.
Sorry, Paul.
That's just a staff summary of what he's requesting.
Sure. So Mr. Calvin is requesting water and sewer services and access to the Vasquez Court for his residence on 407
Yep.
Steamboat Valley Road. That's on the eastern edge of Vasquez Court. Vasquez Court. He would like to exchange that for a water easement. The 2017 Water Capital Improvements Plan, which was identified as a 2016 in the cover letter, identifies a loop as the one of the higher priorities to fix water pressure as well as fire adequacy, fire flows up there. And, well, it didn't identify water quality specifically, but it'd no longer be a dead end, so we know it would address water quality. The code, because he's outside of the city, does not allow us to extend water services, as we heard earlier. It does allow us to extend wastewater beyond the boundary of the city. Both of those would require, one would require a modification of the code, another, meaning the extension of water services would. The extension of sewer services would still require a blue line variance. They both would require a blue line variance because the property is above the blue line, which would mean if we were to modify the code, we would have to have a report proving that there would be adequate fire flows and adequate water pressure if he was to tap into the either line. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense for sewer because that flows downhill, and you wouldn't need a station to have this flow downhill, most likely. While we could support access to the road as staff and sewer access, we have recommended to John that we cannot recommend extending water services because it's not allowed in our code. So John would like to hear whether we would give him access to the road and what the board's direction would be as far as access to sewer and water services. The cost of the easement as proposed in the CIP would be around $42,000 for the loop. The loop that John proposes would be all on his property. The loop as proposed in the CIP goes across the north side of his property and the property to the east, and then down to meet with Horizon Drive. The looping on his property would, or the easement on his property would complete the easement for the loop. And it would also, while we tried to get the quantification of the impact from the CIP report, There was no clear evidence as to how much it would increase fire flows or improve pressure, but it was identified as a priority in that it would improve pressure and improve fire flows. We reached out to the consultant that completed that report, but we haven't heard back as of yet for that quantification. I think that's it. He only wants sewer and water and access to Vasquez Court for that single-family residence. He is also willing to sign an MOA, a Memorandum of Understanding, that if and when drainage improvements would be needed on the property, he would sit down with the city. In our stormwater master plan, I can't remember the year it was produced, but it was only a few years ago, it identified pooling on the southeast corner of his property in the modeling. So he has a cistern down there that he thinks could help benefit as detention in the future, if and when the city wants to look into that. That would only bring him and the city to the table, or the owner of the property to the table. It wouldn't specify what we would do.
Trustee Roberts.
Just a couple of questions. What's the rationale for requiring a blue line variance for sewer connection?
I'm not sure. I think it's because if you go out the outside of the boundary and you're downhill, you have to pump up, and it has. What's that? Well, if you're downhill, yeah, you have to. You need a lift station.
But that could be anywhere in town.
It could be anywhere in town, and anywhere outside of town.
Yeah, and so then a blue line variance is applicable to a property that's not in the town?
Yeah. That's not in the town?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there are, well.
Blue line variance is just the line.
It's a line.
Yeah.
It's an elevation line.
But it's a
pretty
procedure
high.
Go through a procedure.
that applies to properties that are not in our jurisdiction, though.
But if someone was going to be allowed to do water.
Right.
It's not based on where the place is. It's based on any connection to the town utility department. It shall require.
I see, yeah. And how involved is that process?
It requires an engineering study, and then you have to, I forget the board that you go to. I think it's the Board of Appeals, or is it?
I think it's planning.
Is it plan? Oh, that's right. It is Planning Commission.
Not an engineering study.
Well, no, it still requires
Also,
an engineering study.
Feasibility.
So it requires the applicant to prove to the town engineer that that the solution is feasible for fire and for adequacy of fire and pressure
So
for water.
Mr. Calvin understands that we're not going to have him connect to our water system, right? And he understands the sort of the expense that would be involved if we did. It seems unclear if we're still talking about that.
He's still requesting it. He hasn't changed his request. So he knows that there is some expense. He would like to trade 1-to-1, so without any cost exchanged. In the the loop around his property would create water all around his property, and in the future, I think he still wants to think about annexation. So this would potentially create some developability of his property as well.
But just to be clear, we'd have to amend the code first before anything could happen, because the code's pretty explicit at this point that he could not connect to the water system.
Right.
And so we would need board direction to amend the code to allow this to be a possibility.
But
that's correct.
Is it clear that it's a productive discussion in terms of perhaps obtaining easement for a loop that's also like a feasible project given the the anticipated expense? I mean, if, for example, it was possible to do what I think you described, is to make the entire loop on his property, and our consultant indicates, well, that would accomplish 75 or more percent or whatever of the goal, that seems like that would be very, high value project.
Yeah, I think from the CIP it was.
But does it seem productive? Like if he's not going to get water, would he still feel so motivated?
He wants water. That's what he's asking for, but
Right.
okay. I'm sure the board can make a counteroffer.
Okay. And all right. So you're asking us for some direction?
Correct.
And
we think that it's okay to offer sewer and the connection. But without a lot of change, we can't offer water. The sewer, he's asking for a waiver of the sewer tap. That's $8,500. Access to the road we don't charge for that. So the value of the easement, the original easement was $42,000.
For all the entire, not just his
for
part
the
was much less.
entire easement that included across the other
Right.
property to the east. We don't have the value of just it on his property.
It's estimated, though.
The estimated.
Okay.
Can you give a suggestion of what your inklings are?
I don't, it doesn't seem clear what, I mean, you've made a recommendation, what you would like us to direct you to do.
Well, I think the question is do we want to amend the code to allow him to connect to water without annexing? That's the question.
That's his question posed.
Yeah.
And staff would say no. We could offer a connection to the road and sewer, and in exchange for the easement. But it's not my decision. It's the board's decision with regard to water.
Anybody different thoughts? Trustee Brown?
I agree. I would oppose making a one lot exception to the general water connection requirement. I don't think we should do that as a matter of policy, even despite the trouble. I don't have a problem with the sewer connection, but I'd be opposed to waiving the sewer fee for that unless he's willing to trade the full easement for waiver of the sewer tap fee. But I don't think we should get in the habit of lot by lot waiver of sewer tap fees either.
And just to be clear, the change of the code would be applicable to all lots in town once you did it, but.
And outside of town.
Yeah, I mean, outside of town.
Does anybody feel differently?
I just want a clarification question.
Trustee Carey?
You talk about that water's not allowed on the lot outside town. Is it specifically because it's above, that one's above the blue line? We have 20 taps on Apple Valley. What's the difference?
I didn't hear the question.
I know the answer. So the code has an exemption, says you can connect with A, you annex, or B, you provided some amount of value to the town before this date in 1998.
That's what it was, okay.
And so all those people provided some value to the town, or there was a public emergency before 1998, which allowed them to come onto the system.
So, I mean, to me, the option is to amend the code, either remove that date so that there's up to the town, if there's enough value in it, you could consider it. And maybe put another condition on it. But, I mean, I thought about if there's something really valuable for our utility system in it for the town, and I don't know what their thinking was at Apple Valley at the time, if they thought there was like some value in doing that, but easements. But I think the other condition you could put on it is that they must apply for annexation within X number of years of becoming eligible, so that eventually, if you end up getting water, you're on the hook to annex as soon as you can, or within a certain period of time, because that way, then you kind of meet the intent of the code that you're not providing water outside of your area. So if you kind of said, we'll do it as long as there's something in it for the town that's makes it worthwhile, and you require annexation at such point or time they are ever eligible for annexation.
What if it's over 5 acres?
Still, you have to apply. You still have to apply. We did it to Craig Ferguson. And he had to go to a vote, and
It could be denied.
it could be denied, and it didn't say you had to necessarily, but you had to apply for it. So that was the only thing I was thinking, that if this is really valuable enough to the town to extend this loop, something like that may be worth considering. But I'm not, I'm happy for the staff to decide if that's really valuable enough. But I'd want some other hook in the code besides just, yeah, we'll do it. There should be some long-term plan for that property to become part of the town. Trustee Roberts.
Just quickly, have the residents there spoken to you about feasibility of alternate solutions to the water quality issues and pressure and such as that? Because it's sort of for an engineer, kind of interesting problem, but.
So
It has been an issue for years.
Yeah. But the
And
solution
The solution was to install individual pumps in their homes to increase their pressure.
there's a PRV at the bottom that we could open it up a little and install another PRV and increase pressure up that way. But that's there's a lot of ifs, ands, and questions about that. What's that?
That's a pressure reducer.
But you can modify
You raise the pressure on the lower
so you
and
can
then
modify the
drop-
pressure
yeah.
My
by
understanding from Jim Blankenship was that was all done.
yeah.
And that now it's up to the individual homes to do that above the blue line. But since we've adjusted, we did adjust our operation of the service up there about 3 years ago, 4. And since then, I used to get weekly calls
Yeah.
about pressure up there. And that's virtually gone away in the last 3 years. I haven't had any calls. So I think it's kind of evened out. But as you heard from the neighbors, there's a concern they had that adding a property would actually decrease their pressure, where the engineers are saying if you had a loop, you're going to have constant pressure, which would be.
Well,
Yeah.
no.
Joel and them were said they didn't.
Oh, I heard you say that earlier.
Joel indicated that they didn't think it would be that it would increase the pressure and it would increase the fire flows, but we don't have any quantification as to how much.
How much?
And Joel and Chris looked at the PRV solution as well as installing pumps as alternatives to that. It's not clear which would be the best solution in their mind, but they haven't studied it in detail either. And when we reached out to the firm that did the CIP, they still haven't gotten back to us with the model results.
Yeah, there's several, this is a complex situation, and that, he requested annexation, but denied because it's not in our planning area with Boulder County IGA. We also have a state code that says if you're located within so many feet of a water and sewer line, you must connect. And so we're not letting him do that when he's there. And if we do have an intent someday when we renegotiate the IGA, both that property and the one to the east are logical to at least consider. I know the neighbors might not be thrilled about that right now, but it is a logical consideration for, potential for annexation at some point. So it is confusing. And if his house is going to face Vasquez and be hooked to sewer and within proximity of water, this is a unique situation.
Yeah, there's a lot of fear.
It was
amongst
different when there was going to be one house that was going to be very rural off of the gravel road to the east.
Yeah.
But, this is it's an unusual circumstance.
Yeah, it just seems like it must be far less costly for him to make a well, and he has a permit for that.
He'd prefer to be municipal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's difficult to understand, especially with the $60,000-$70,000 it would cost to connect to town water.
Mm-hmm.
he was hoping that that cost is waived.
Right. But
So there would be an opportunity. But
Or
there's
exchange for the easement?
yeah, there's question about the water quality up there too, in the wells.
So what's the sense, Trustee Caravas?
Just a quick question. You talked about fire flows up there. And I'm assuming any house living outside our town limits, once you cross the T up there, at the top of the road, I'm assuming the fire department's gonna use to fill their trucks anyway off our water, right?
Sure.
To fight any fire
Sure,
as far up as they can go.
sure.
So what are our fire flows there? I know we were testing it one time. Is it all over the board still, or is that?
I don't know that offhand.
No, neither, I don't know that
I
offhand.
could
either.
follow up.
Well, that's,
No.
Okay.
but just that's more the main question was, I'm assuming that's what the fire department will do.
They were modeled in the CIP report, but that wasn't tested, so.
So
That's all
is
I need.
the sense of the board to accept staff's recommendation with road access and sewer, but not water at this point? Okay, I think that's what I hear. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're back up to number 2. So BOD and pretreatment policies. So I want to understand the scope of the policies. Are the policies directed primarily at distilleries and breweries?
No, I would say it's directed at all non-residential. Because eventually all non-residential that do not fall into the standard category.
Which would leave mostly distilleries and breweries, right?
Restaurants, anyone that's not sort of, I think, office space.
Oh, okay, so it is, so I'm just trying to decide if I want to participate in the discussion.
And for me, I think it's more even than the financial, I don't know if there's the legal component to it, right, of what the state requires or needs, and it's gonna force to be done. So that's something to consider, right, what do they require and of who?
Yeah. I can pull up what the state and EPA requires in their industrial pretreatment program. I had it up earlier, but we moved on so much. And they consider industrial anything that's non-residential, and then within industrial they consider significant and other industrial sources. And if you're significant, I think that's what you're probably talking about, Aaron, right? Is that
We only have a handful of.
only a couple of those? Yeah, correct.
So I thought the definition for significant was a different category altogether. Significant industrial user.
Under our current code does not line up with the EPA standards. No.
Okay.
But there is a category for significant industrial
Yeah.
users separate, sort of from the high surcharge, that number 5, not all industrial users are significant.
Yep.
Sure, if you're doing warehousing.
Significant means something very, very
For
different.
them.
Super high, yeah.
Not for the EPA.
Not for others. Emissions.
And that was part of why we wanted to change some of our code from the EPA's industrial to say either commercial or non-residential, because, as Brandon was saying, that the EPA will consider all non-residential pretty much industrial. So
Right.
we were trying to make sure people understood it may not be what you think of as industrial, that it is non-residential. When we talked about, we've been coming for pretreatment for years. It's not something that hasn't been looked at. I've been at least 4 workshops over the last 4 years where we've had the policy discussed there. It's just a matter of getting it to actually work right, that we've had a lot of issue with.
So EPA defines a significant industrial user as anyone who discharges more than an average of 25,000 gallons per day into the public wastewater treatment plant, contributes to process of warm stream water, which makes up to 5% or more of the organic capacity of the public water treatment plant.
What percent?
5%. Or C, and this is one that really catches most people, is designated on the city on the basis that the industry has a reasonable potential to adversely affect the operations of the public water treatment place, or if it's in violation of any permit or standard or requirement, any pretreatment standard or requirement. So it catches a lot of people, potentially, so.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself just so I don't have to worry about it. So, it's all you. Water.
So this is for discussion and direction regarding BOD.
Overall,
Pre-treatment.
pre-treatment in general, I would say, because there are others. We've always been concerned with the BOD because that's, one, our permit gives a specific regulation on how much we can have, 727 pounds, I think, but we're also only supposed to get up to 80% of that. So there is always the potential that if we continue to be over, they could revoke the permit. Right now, I still don't know what's going to happen if the state comes back and says, we're denying your permit because your BOD limit's been over so much. Nobody seems to say. Right now, it's an administrative acceptance that we are able to keep treating water because the state has not made a decision either way. But right now, we're waiting for the renewal to come in to say, you guys can actually treat water. And so it's more than just the cost. We've talked a lot about the cost. Most people seem to be aware of the costs, that there are costs. We don't know what they are. We don't know who specifically is causing them. So we've always had a hard time trying to say, well, you have to do it, and you have to do the same thing, even though you're just in an office or something like that. And that was part of why we came up with at least the categories, so that we could try to show industry standards of who does how much, just as an industrial average. Then you could try to charge a little bit more for those categories that usually have more. There was also the idea that this would be an incentive to potentially start showing how much you pre-treat, because you could get out of the high strength category by being lower. The one other I would point out is that this amendment last year, or the code we put in for pre-treatment, did require any new non-residential to put in the capacity to be tested, because that had always been our concern, is we can't test. If we're going to put in there and say you have to pre-treat, well, a lot of code leaves it up to somebody else to decide that, being the utility director or the administrator. And we've always had some concerns about, you're just going to leave that up to somebody to say, well, you have to do it and you don't, and there can be a little bit of concern about who's making that decision. Why are you picking on me and not picking on someone else? So I included in my report a little bit what Netherland had, which was a simple one-paragraph category, and then I included some other pretreatment that I think came from the EPA when 2 or 3 code compliance officers ago decided that this was something you could look at. So I, knowing that pretreatment had been a concern, we came up with the thought or the idea that we could start to look at our codes, or our categories, sorry. I'll never turn this on if it matters. That with our categories, we've already sort of seen and studied that these categories are higher. They're more likely to be the ones causing BOD. We don't know who exactly is, except by industry standards. I mean, we can't go out and say specifically you are without testing them. We'd have to test to verify. They could show us that they're side streaming or doing something else. So there could be the option, from what I put together, to say, okay, let's start by categories, and that you have to put in place the ability to be tested at the very least, because that's, I thought the EPA wants us to be trying to verify who's causing it, and starting with the industries that are most likely to have high-strength BOD would help us work through it without being too overly burdensome to the entire business community at once. So we could do the high category next year. In 2 years, all medium-strength businesses would need to have the option, the ability for us to come in. It's called a sampling port, usually, so they would all need to have a sampling port put in so that we could then be doing some testing and get the verification you know, that your BOD is this high, and we could tie that in with adding actual limits. We could decide what is going to be our limit. We know we can have 700 pounds. We know the average for a residential community is 280. This is when they're developing a plant, they're expecting it to be below that. I think it got a little bit trickier because then there's also the idea of re-rating the plant, which we're looking at doing, which would increase the amount of BOD we allow. And you're sort of offsetting. Well, would business prefer to say, okay, they're going to take on the entire expense of re-rating the plant and all the costs involved in that? Or would they rather have the expense of putting in the sampling ports? So I thought having sampling ports and doing the actual testing was a much better option than just pushing to say, we have all these costs, do you businesses want to pay all these costs to build a new plant that fits your needs?
Couple of things to add to that from a staff perspective. We did inform people we have this revolving loan fund available, very low interest, to put this port in. And again, the cost of the port will pay for itself if you find out you're one of those high users, that instead of paying those BOD surcharges, you take care of it at the source. You know, it would reduce them to a normal, low, non-residential rate. I can tell you that we've sent our wastewater operator to the high users on several occasions to try to work with them. And they are not making progress with communicating. And their last visit was, you know, his next step is the EPA will come out and they will shut the business down if they do a test and it's that high. And we don't want that to happen. So we really need to find a strategy to implement this testing at individual sites. I think the recommendation that the UAB and Aaron are making is really reasonable, especially knowing there's money out there to do it, take care of it, and offer it to the high strength and others who want to, but we've got to start somewhere.
What's the approximate cost of the testing port?
You had thought you heard 3,000.
Yeah, I
didn't have-
believe that our wastewater
4,000.
operator said that it's basically like a small manhole, enough to dip a ladle to get the testing out from the site. He thought it would, maximum would be, I think, 3,000 to 3,500.
And then they would have the cost if they do have higher strength, right? They would have to remove it, but
Yeah, then
that's what
we
they
need to
should be
pre-treat.
doing anyways, the pre-treatment. So I think as part of this also would be the other side of it is to put out what are called best management practices, so that we're giving them what an example or options of what you can do to reduce your high-strength waste. And one of them we had found was what the town of Netherland did just recently with the new brewery had put together. It sounded like they were really willing to work. They understood that their waste was a concern. So I included in the packet, you know, an example of one you could use for a brewery and distillery. But you could also have another type of practice for, I don't know if just a grow facility would have it, but anyone doing processing, I think a grow facility might, because they're cleaning products and putting it down. And then we could put together a packet of the best management practices so that they would be able to see some of the things that they could do to pre-treat.
I think Trustee Dreitz, I think Trustee Roberts would like to speak.
Thank you. So the port, though, it's still someone comes out and dips a ladle in. I don't know. I mean, sort of trust but verify approach to doing this testing, we see, you see that there are surges in discharge. And, perhaps it's just fair game to say, well, they didn't check this week, we're going to do it now. If you're going to test 3 times a year and it's published policy, it seems like to have an effective system. We did hire for a period of time, did we not, contractors that measured on a 15-minute interval for a long period of time? Is that accurate?
You can, right, we had
Yeah,
someone
I mean,
come
this
out and test.
is a deep conundrum, and this is a crisis. It's not like we can't put our heads in the sand, right, and say, like, I hope it'll go away, or it's confusing because the numbers are high all over town. We have to do something, and it's uncomfortable, but I think we have to look at uncomfortable choices. So $3,000 for a port, but that doesn't give us sort of random sampling, right?
You can put in the code usually as part of the best management practice or somewhere else that you're accepting that you're going to allow testing, whatever we decide on the testing. I think the standard is 3 or 4. But then you're also putting that, usually that's placed on the business also.
I mean, it doesn't take long to put a lot of, at any time. And just given the fact that we haven't had a comfortable communication over this issue, it's sort of hard to feel like we could necessarily make a choice of how to move forward that we have confidence in the positive results. Is that the most positive way to say something negative? So, do you think that a $3,000 port and sending staff to do measurements every so often is effective? Or
Well, I don't know what else. The other option that you can see some places is you just say you have to do it with nothing. There's no, right, we're just saying you have to do it, but there's never any sort of verification. It's I suppose you could say, if the administrator at a discretion of the director, you have to do this. So
you mean do something, you mean implement a side streaming, like hauling your own waste that you're currently putting into the wastewater system, put it somewhere else, like breweries often do, or in a municipality. In a municipality that has a better sort of economy of scale than we do, they still require Oscar Blues and the breweries in Longmont to buy very expensive side stream equipment. And so, I think we've had time to take small steps, and we've had time to ask our businesses to work with us to do something. We've given years now, and I'm not fussing at you. I'm just saying out loud what hasn't been said, I think, and I'm saying to my colleagues, let's do something. Let's give staff the keys.
Aaron, I have a question. In the ordinances that I'm familiar with, which have been drafted by the EPA, the permits usually require a monitoring as a part of the industrial permit.
Right.
Is there out there, and I don't know as I'm not an engineer or wastewater engineer, basically automated monitoring systems like there is on power plants that shoot back data? I'm just curious.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not cheap, but I'm just curious.
Right, I would think so. I don't know enough to know what you can get, how often you can require it. If there are systems that just sit there all the time watching what you have. I suppose the other option is just to insist that certain industries do this. Once it's set up, then to some extent, if they've already sunk the cost to side stream, why would they not? I suppose it still might be easier to just push it down. That was sort of my intent, was that we want to at least get out there and be testing, and we're not testing now. So let's right, we have no option to, so let's make sure we get the ports in.
Testing is like the long way to get there also. If we had a policy that just simply required some means of pretreatment and/or side streaming, then, that would be a shortcut, right?
Unless they didn't do it.
Unless they didn't do it. And then, okay.
How would you know?
Right.
How would you know if you didn't have testing?
That was sort of
Right.
why,
Well,
I was just
inspections,
putting it in
you know.
there as the way to make sure somebody was doing something, that we were getting.
Okay, we have a couple of other board members who want to
Pardon
chime
me,
in.
yes.
I have a question concerning, as Victoria was talking about, the manhole covers or the ports. With the town that has just a few old buildings, the shop ed, is that one sewer line for all those people that hits the street?
Yes.
As far as we know?
Correct, they all go to the same
Yeah.
sewer line, yes.
Okay, so we'd require an owner there who's leasing out those individuals, probably have to, because you've got a liquor store, you got a jewelry
They're all very
manufacturer, hair
different.
salon, restaurant.
And that's the problem now, is they go to one manhole, so you can't identify
Yeah.
who's contributing.
So the
except-
landowner then, or the building owner, or the leaseor at that point it'd be their responsibility then to port each
If needed.
individual if needed. And that's where our revolving loan grant would probably be very beneficial to someone like that. Okay.
But it is hard to keep track of. Like I said during the workshop, we just recently found out someone, and the mayor alluded to it earlier as well, CBD products that are being used at home, and a place that we thought was not manufacturing, that is manufacturing now, and they're moving into that situation, and it's, they don't pay the sewer, so it's the landlord's problem, So, and we have businesses that are looking at expanding that do produce high BOD, and so we need to come up with something before that.
And how much, though, the other is just the fats, oil, and grease. In the beginning, I hadn't thought that was as much for the BOD, but with talking to the Ramey and them, that it is. And pretreatment's not going to really affect that. All we have to do with that is make sure the grease traps are cleaned out and that they are doing that portion of it. So we already, I think, are trying to play catch up on our code compliance. So this may sort of support, if we're going to add more code that people have to comply to, can we do that? Again, this was me just trying to come up with a starting point to develop something and where we could get going without getting bogged back down with, we don't know who's causing it. So we can start with industries that have the highest level, just as a standard, and try to work from them down.
Trustee Browning?
Yeah, I was going to just, for purposes of direction to staff and request for input from the UEB, I'm going to echo what Trustee Roberts said. We can't wait any longer. This needs high priority. We start, the idea that we don't know where this is coming from, we've got to get past that. And if we've got to mandate a testing port for every potential BOD producing business, or even a residence if they're doing CBD oil production or something like that, we've got to do it. We've got not just low interest loans, those loans are interest free for 2 years. And the fact that businesses that are paying substantial BOD surcharges wouldn't spend $3,000 of their own or borrow $3,000 interest free to do a testing port tells me they have a pretty good idea what that testing port would show if they put it in. And if they're not going to do it voluntarily to save their BOD surcharges, we need to make them do it. And that's a good starting point. And then attach results to the test. If you test above this level, you will side stream or pre-treat, or your business is gone from the town of Lyons, because we're tired of particularly the residential ratepayers and the other non-BOD producing ratepayers in town paying for you to operate your cost of doing business. That's got to stop. And if Ostrich decides they're not going to brew beer anymore here and they're going to do it all in Longmont, let them. It's got to be done. It's got to be done quickly. And that should be a high priority for the UEB and town staff, and the details of how long you have to install your testing port and the consequences of it showing a high BOD surcharge, that's what we need expertise from the UEB and town staff on. But the direction, as far as I'm concerned, is we need to do it, and we need to do it very quickly.
Has there been any discussion about the potential of, and I'm not exactly sure how you would do it, but that it's less costly to you if you put in a port?
I don't think
They're
we've
not
had
putting-
enough, but my assumption was also maybe people waiting a year to see what that first year cost was, and then after the high strength, maybe somebody would come back and say, okay, look, if this cost me this much this year, I better look at my options. But it was a slower process, but trying to develop something that allowed, the economics to decide what was being done. And as we've seen, that's not necessarily moving fast enough. So now I don't know specifically that anyone's compared their costs to the cost of putting in the port.
Well, what I'm wondering is if we should let them know. I mean, put forth a framework that makes it less profitable for them to not put in a port, and that may involve increasing the surcharge.
Right.
But make it to their advantage to put in a port, and then once the port's in, then to their advantage to make sure that they're scoring well. And that may be a combination of, mostly stick, but maybe a little bit of carrot if we can find it. Did you? Sorry.
I feel like perhaps there's a worthy discussion to just say if the town was to pay for some pretreatment infrastructure, et cetera, would we not be saving our residents money to process industrial wastewater the proper way instead of running it into our wastewater plant where it's extremely inefficient, hard on the environment, hard on the plant? I mean, is that possibly a worthy discussion to just say, let's just subsidize industry wastewater treatment the right way by
For us to put in a pretreatment facility. at
some
the
type of
wastewater
investment, and I don't
facility.
know, call it a partnership. It seems like we could have some kind of discussions like that. Do you think?
Could, I have usually seen, it seems like the EPA is always pushing with pretreatment by the business. So maybe there are some options to do it as a facility. I would kind of think, why aren't more places doing that then? Maybe they just decide it's fairer to leave the business or the individual to do it rather than do it at the plant, but could look into what it would take.
Well, I don't mean at the plant, but I mean for somehow subsidize.
Oh, you mean us sort of give an incentive to the business?
To the business.
To do the pretreatment. Which
Buy
has been
them
talked about.
something
Yeah,
even.
the UEB has mentioned that before.
Yeah.
That could be done as something, and that would seem to come more from the board than the UEB on how you're going to do the financial incentives.
I mean, ultimately, regardless of whether it might feel right to somebody, it's most important that we have a efficiently running wastewater plant. And it seems pretty clear from just the repeated years of contractors and experts giving us advice that the problem, you have to force some pretreatment or a diversion. And I have one question. There was in the JVA letter this spring, there was a next steps for 2019 for the CDPHE permitting. And do we have it, maybe a progress report on that?
Right, well, I was trying to see what they had listed, but that was in the workshop one with the rates, probably. And I did think that they had to wait until our permit renewal was done, but the engineer thought they made it sound like they were moving forward. I don't think anything can happen until we get our actual current permit. And then how quickly can they say, okay, now you can do the re-rating? So I've been waiting to try to find out. I thought, based on my timing, that we should have the permit, we should have some response from CDPHE in December. That they have 6 months to tell us whether or not they're going to allow us to keep treating water. And again,
So are we looking for someone to sort of summarize some direction for the rest of us to say yes to?
or I was even just wanting to hear, right, the ideas or what we could bring forward.
So work on a policy and some incentives.
So are you saying you've heard enough from direction to move
And I mean, if
forward?
anyone has more that they want to add, I have
I think it sounds like a
Well,
good
there's a
start.
UAB meeting this week, they can show up.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
Oh, this
but-
agenda's already set, so maybe in 2 weeks.
But one of the things I think that is an important takeaway is the urgency.
Right.
That we want, it needs to be done. And whether it's done through a pretreatment ordinance per se, or, adjusting of the high-strength surcharge, or combinations thereof, or incentives, to me, that would be UEB recommendation territory. Although label it a pretreatment ordinance. Wastewater pretreatment ordinance. Make sure that's the label, all caps.
When I think there needs to be something, it sounded like the code should have something specifically saying pre-treatment in our code that
At a minimum.
CDPHE
I think the
is.
reason it doesn't is because it's a federal and state law already, but you can
But that,
add to it.
So the pretreatment ordinance might say, obey all the state and federal laws.
I mean, there would be an obligation to do so already. Whether or not that is actually happening is very debatable, but yeah.
Okay, but you feel like you have enough direction at this point?
Right.
Do you need
Yeah.
clarification of any of
Brandon,
the items?
You feel good also?
My only,
Work together, you can let me know your thoughts on what you think needs to be in there legally, that
It seems
we haven't had a
significant.
chance to really work together and review.
yeah, I'm happy to look at anything. All I know is from personal experience is that eventually the ordinance needs to have teeth, or the EPA will come in and write your ordinance for you, and no one's going to like what the 20-page ordinance the EPA will write for you.
Do we have a
So
copy of any of those?
I can get you one.
And the reason is, we may look at it and see how many teeth we want to take from there and put in ours.
Well, yeah,
And along with saying, look, this is the fewer teeth version. Next step is all teeth.
Netherlands is pretty friendly.
Littleton's was written by the EPA, and we had a lawsuit given to us, a complaint. It says you will pass this within 90 days, or else this complaint will be entered. And since you haven't complied with the federal regulations for many years, I wouldn't count on winning that lawsuit. So we had no choice but to basically pass it.
Yeah.
I would love to
So
see
getting in
that.
front of that would be a
Yeah.
good idea.
Green light.
Should we invite?
Okay.
Town after town after town in Colorado and other states have pretreatment ordinances, not just BOD surcharge ordinances. Lyons doesn't have one. We're not doing anything that dozens of other towns haven't done. And I'm not worried about putting teeth in it. I'm not worried about it making mandatory and putting the costs on the businesses. If we can find a way to assist them in paying their costs, that's fine. But so many other towns have this, and as the attorney has said, there are threats from the EPA if we don't do it. We need to get it done. It should have been done the day the new wastewater treatment plant opened, and we've got to get it done now. Period.
Some of you may or may not know that this was part of Honeywell's agreement with us, was they were going to draft a pretreatment policy for us as part of the project, and that did not occur either.
So we get the mayor back in?
Yes.
Wake her up.
Sure. You're welcome. What? No, I don't know. What else? Oh, the sewer fee. I was like, can I go home yet? I'll wait one more. The sewer feasibility is still there.
I moved, we just moved that until when I'm back in December 16th, if you don't mind. Speed it up.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'll move that.
Which one?
Number 3, one that's, I finally got it. Just move it till December 16th is my motion.
We're here. I don't think that one will
I don't think we need
be.
a motion, really. We
Okay,
can just
let's
agree,
move it.
if the board agrees
Speed
to
it up.
skip that one.
Oh.
And then you wanted to do town contribution to Eastern Corridor TIF.
And we did cancel our meeting for November, so we do have a
Would you like to kick that one to the next meeting?
little more fresher.
Sure.
Okay?
So what are you saying? We don't look fresh?
No items to remove
I would
from
think the sewer
consent.
feasibility is easy.
Would the board like to do trustee reports?
So now you don't have to.
No.
Aaron did mine.
I actually do have one little thing.
My trustee report, your memo did
I
it.
think you need a motion and a vote to change the agenda.
Oh.
All right,
So moved.
so,
Move to table till time certain, number 3 in the general business, number 4 in general business.
is there kind of unanimous consent?
Yep,
Yeah.
Second? Okay.
either one. 4.
The tip as well to the 16th or the 2nd?
Tiff, you can do either one.
Yeah, we'll do that in a second.
So,
So, second?
Tiff on the 2nd and Apple Valley on the 16th.
okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Voice vote that. Is there a motion to do, to skip trustee reports?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I'm going to trust Dolores might have the action items summarized. You just want to confirm that you have them?
Oh, action items. I do.
You guys open the door. I'm just walking through it.
Action items are to work toward drafting a wastewater pretreatment policy and best practices guidelines. Request to obtain the fire flows at the top of Vasquez Horizon area.
I was just kidding, if you're wherever, you don't have to.
No, I can find out. Proceed with sharing information back to Mr. Calvin regarding road access and sewer, but not water. Move forward with drafting language to clarify McIntosh water, and in the meantime, we'll deal with situations as they come forward. Move to take information regarding mobile home and manufactured homes back to the Planning Commission for review of a proposed amendment. You have one more?
2. 1, I need to send Craig Ferguson the flood regulations for the floodplain administrator.
And under what conditions would the bridge be denied? That's my second one for him.
And then I also need to do some research on the enforceability of the amendment concerning pretreatment and the sewer rate increase. I'm going to do some research on that.
Bless you.
Sure. Okay. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
I move to go into executive session pursuant to CRS sections are there two?
No, just one.
Just one,
Just
okay.
one.
So section 246402-4B, for the purpose of receiving legal advice from attorneys representing the town regarding the MOA with Lyons Properties and the town's legal complaint against Lyons Properties in Boulder County Court.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Here now, I'll call for the vote. Okay, and the vote carries 6-0 with one abstention.